Hello, everybody. Happy Friday. Also, happy 4th of July to my fellow Americans. Hope y'all are doing well. I am back with what I think will probably be our last Expedition 33 stream, for now at least, depending on how things go today, I guess. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to stream on Wednesday this week. My internet was acting up. Well, like I still had internet, but my upload speed was just like kind of really down for some reason. Like it just did not want to recover for pretty much the entire morning and into the early afternoon. But it seems to be okay today, so hopefully that was just my ISP screwing around with something, and maybe it's better now. Fingers crossed. But yeah, anyway, we've finished the main story with this. I did do a fair bit of stuff off stream. Let me jump in so I can just go ahead and start talking about that a little bit. Hello? Do I need to click on the game maybe? There we go. I guess I left myself at the monolith farming location. So I've done some of the like optional content off stream just for the heck of it. Stuff I didn't really consider to be like super important. Things that we left before that I forgot about and went back to. You know, I don't have every little thing just done in the game already, like in terms of, you know, achievements, things like that. We still have stuff to complete. I intend at some point to kind of like do everything, or at least as much of everything as I can. Like I want to get all the skills on Minoko and stuff like that, but that requires killing some particularly rare things. One or two of we can potentially do in the Flying Manor, maybe, if I want to, but a lot of those are going to be probably stuff that I just deal with in like the Endless Tower in the long run, because I think they're optional there. And Minoko, while a very good character, is not really my main sort of deal with the party. I'm intending to kind of stick, especially for today, with Verso, Luna, and Mael, but with the possibility of switching one of those latter two out for CL for one explicit reason, which is that I can't show you here unless I do like the learn skills thing. There is a skill that CL can get right here called Fortune's Fury, which I only noticed last time. But I would need to recode if I want this right now because she only has one skill point available and she needs 6. But if I find that like doing optional bosses today is getting like too difficult, one potential extra Hail Mary strategy we can try is to swap, you know, Mael or Luna out for CL and try to just dump a ton of speed and first strike or whatever on CL so that she gets to go first in combat, and then as long as she has the necessary AP for it, she can just cast Fortune's Fury on Verso being the target there, and why he can't be swapped out of the party is because he's like the guy that I've got everything stacked on right now, because he has just overall the biggest damage output when like properly kind of buffed up and stuff. Not to say that there aren't other characters who can have more damage depending on how you play them, because I think Verso's not necessarily the highest. It's just that that's how I currently have it configured. But yeah, with this, like getting one turn of double damage, like just all of your damage being like 100% extra damage, is huge, considering Verso is already like stacked to the gills in all sorts of damage increasing stuff, which I did a lot of off stream. You will notice in our characters here, actually let me do it from this screen, I have a lot of Lumina now. Quite a bit of it on Verso. He is way ahead of everybody else, and there are reasons for this. Like I said, I wanted to stack as much damage increase stuff as I could on him. There's maybe one or two things we're not using, but that's because they're slightly conflicting with the way he's built. So Luna and Mael have a ton. CL and Minoko still obviously like pretty far behind on everything. That's just kind of how it is. But the reason he has so much is because we wanted just a lot of different stuff on him. So you can see here, aside from just the Pictos he has equipped currently, energizing parry, combo attack, energizing shots, those are all like useful. He's got a pretty good amount of health, which was not really intentional. That just sort of was a nice thing to have because I already had energizing parry on him, and I got like this level 31 version of it, which has like a ton of HP on it. But yeah, he has just a ton of stuff equipped, including like I had to get enough Lumina to have stuff like Cheater so he can always go twice in a row. And what's the other like 40 cost one that he has? This one, Second Chance, so that he can get revived. Because I didn't want to have those equipped as Pictos, because they're just not as good in terms of what I have. But he has a ton of stuff like at Death's Door. I think I put this on. Right, I have this equipped as an option. Like if he falls below that amount, we can still get the benefit from it. But the main usage of something like this is to use it with something like the One. Now he has one floating Lumina point, you'll notice, and that is strictly to select the One if we want to. The way this works is kind of inconsistent. It's a little annoying. In order to use the One, or what happens when you use it, I should say, is that immediately it sets your max HP to 1 point. So instead of 9,171 hit points, he'll only have 1 hit point. This works the way I assumed it did in that regard, in that your full health is 1 hit point, meaning if you take any damage at all, you are just instantly dead, right? Which also means you are either at 100% health or you are at 0% health. So what that means is that other stuff like at Death's Door doesn't work with it when you normally equip it, because you're always going to be at 100% HP or at 0% HP. You won't ever be at like below 10%. But there's a caveat to that. That's what happens when you put the Pictos on, or the Lumina, whatever. You know, when you put it on, it sets your max HP to 1. But if you then rest or do a combat or something like that, I forget exactly what you have to do. For some reason, it no longer counts your max HP as 1 health. It instead just sets you down to 1 HP, but it resets your max. You can't heal beyond that 1 HP, I think. Not that it really matters, because I also have like Confident on him, or Confident Fighter, so he can't heal anyway. But what's important about that is that when he's then at 1 hit point out of 9,171, then he's obviously at just a low percentage. Instead of being at 100% or 0%, he's at like a less than 1% amount of health. So any low percent benefits like at Death's Door or Critical Moment, where's that one? Critical Moment. If you're at 30% health below 30%, you get 50% increased crit chance, which is nice. So like having those things in effect for certain fights, I could make that work, and then he would always crit because he'll be at over 100% crit rate, and he'll have an additional 50% damage. But yeah, the big things like obviously Painted Power and stuff like that, but he just has a ton of things on him that are meant to do as much damage as possible. The only one that I have that I'm not really using that I could use is Powered Attack. The reason I'm not using this, if you read the description, it says on every damage dealt, try to consume 1 AP. If successful, increase damage by 20%. That sounds good. It's a flat 20% damage increase. But there's a significant downside to this, especially with the way I have Verso built. And that is that it's not like on every base attack, despite the fact that it says Powered Attack. It's just anytime you deal damage. So if you're free aiming, if you're doing a basic attack, if you're doing a skill, every time you hit, it will try to spend 1 AP to increase the damage by 20%. Now, for certain builds, that could be useful, but in his case, it's actually detrimental, because what's happening is that, like, let's say, you know, it's a normal turn for Verso. At the start, I usually start off by doing a bunch of free aim shots. So for each AP I spend, I'm going to like shoot something and do a bunch of damage, right? Now, having that damage increase by 20% would be nice, but then it would cost me 2 AP instead of 1, which is effectively like spending 2 shots to only do 1 shot, but only for a 20% increase in damage instead of 2 shots. You know, in other words, I'm cutting like 80% of my damage off by doing that. So that's obviously detrimental at that point. Like that's just a no bueno. For like a base attack, I'm not spending any AP for the attack itself. I do gain AP on base attacks, and he has like the full combo attack stuff. So now he actually attacks 4 times with a base attack. So for those turns, he would actually get probably a little bit more benefit out of it, because each base attack would do 20% more damage. And while he's gaining AP from each hit, he'll only be spending like 1 each time. However, that still means he'll be gaining less than I normally want him to gain. So all in all, it just kind of means that it'll actually end up lowering his DPS by, you know, limiting his AP so heavily rather than actually increasing it. If it was like 120% more damage or something, that would be a different story, but obviously that would probably be considered pretty overpowered. Anyway, so yeah, we have pretty much everything else that we could possibly have that just makes him do more damage, more break damage, more crit, whatever, under certain circumstances. But there's, like I said, there's things we can change up. We can put on the 1 if we want and try to set that up. And if things are still not high enough, we could swap Luna or Mael out for CL after I do a recoat for her. Bump up her speed a ton so that she always goes first. And then use the Fortune's Fury thing so that it doubles Verso's damage for a turn, because that'll be humongous. He does a lot of damage now, and I want to just kind of illustrate. The reason I was here is because this is the place where you can farm Lumina. I did farm quite a bit, but not as much as you would think, even though it does look like I have tons of Lumina, and obviously I do. But also in doing a lot of the like random content that I just bothered not to do on stream, there were things that were giving me like 5 Lumina a pop, or there was a vendor I could buy 30 from. Completing a quest, which apparently you get for not killing any of the white Nevrons, gives you like 100 Lumina. So there's like a bunch that I was just getting here and there, and I didn't actually have to farm quite that much. But I did definitely farm this particular boss here for 5 Lumina a pop, like a fair amount, just to get where I wanted. But I just wanted to like show you.
Cut him down.
Right, he's not using the light weapon, so he doesn't do as much damage to these enemies like by default. But we're still doing like a crazy amount.
End of the line.
And it could be higher. It could be a lot higher, especially with the CL thing. But our current weapon on him I actually got from a vendor. It's called No Serum. It's the reason I'm using this. I still think that Serum is also great. But this one, like, the damage is thankfully not much lower. It's physical. Also, hang on 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. My roommate just got back. Yeah, so the damage of this is physical. It can still go up to S rank, thankfully. And it improves his free aim stuff like even more. So pretty nice. I don't think it's necessarily better in all respects than Serum, but like we can kind of use either one. And still like have like a lot of effect, especially if we're gonna run up against anything that is weak to light, then we'll probably use Serum. But it'll be between these two. I still don't have any perfect catalysts yet. But hopefully we'll start getting some soon as we do side content. So yeah, today, like I said, I did a handful of like little inconsequential things. Like I said, we got a lot of Lumina, but the main thing today is I want to like go kill like a couple of the optional bosses that like I want rematches with. And then we're going to do the rest of the Flying Manor and then try to do Renoir's drafts, which leads to a place called the Abyss, which is where Simon resides, for anyone who was wondering where you can find Simon. Another thing I can also do, like their stats are clearly not optimal. I could max these out to 99 or agility and luck in his case, up to 99. He'll get even more attack power out of that, especially if might is also 99, because he doesn't really need vitality and defense to be at 10. In fact, because he can't heal, it's almost better if I don't have these so high. But I don't want to switch it right this second because he's like I said, like I don't necessarily want him getting one shot, but that may just happen anyway. He's a little bit glass cannon-y despite the amount of HP that he has, because I have him like inverted and all that kind of stuff, so there's many things that are causing him to not heal in trade for lots of extra damage. And honestly, that boss fight I just did, easy though it was, that was not even remotely like clear of like how much damage he could do. We actually got a lot of low rolls there, because normally I could just shoot the main boss in that little pack there and just kill it before I've run out of shots. But it really just sort of depends on how often he's critting. If I had him fighting alone and using like the 100% crit thing for fighting alone, he would just destroy most shit. But I don't really want him fighting alone necessarily, so anyway, let's get out of here. Back to the continent, please. So anyway, yeah. I'm not usually one who likes doing tons of farming in these sorts of games, but knowing that I was going to try to get this all wrapped up sort of in one stream, and that what lies ahead of us is pretty hard, I wanted to try to get through what I could by just powering up a fair bit and making sure that like Verso could just stack tons of powerful stuff on him. The first thing I want to do, actually, we're going to go all the way over this way. I want to like start off by seeing if we can kill that chromatic aberration that's up here, because I never got around to actually fully killing him before. We got pretty far into the fight, but that was it. Maybe the big sea serpent, which I forget what it's called. It's like Serpent Fair or something. I forget. Obviously the Endless Tower we want to do. I did do the Dark Gestural Arena. That's maybe like one of the only things like I would have kind of liked to have done on stream, but honestly it was like super easy, so didn't really miss much. It was just like some slightly harder versions of like the Gestural Arena fights pretty much, and then you fight Golgra at the end, but it's not like the real Golgra fight. I have not defeated her. I tried her like once just to see what her damage output is like, and she's honestly pretty insane. Like even with all the power that I have. Okay, he's over here. Let's just see where we're at. I don't remember if this guy is weak to light damage or not. I think he might be resistant. But let me just save here and find out.
Just try it.
Oops. Okay, I'll just go ahead and die. This is just a test anyway. She got to go first for some reason. Not sure why. It's weird. Her speed should not be higher than Verso's. I might have to fuck with that. Alright,
That's better. On fire.
Cut him down.
okay, are you resistant or not? You're not. That's good.
Let's carve a path.
See, he genuinely builds up so much skill that, like, spending extra AP, or sorry, builds up so much AP that I would not really like him losing it, a bunch of it, from the extra 20% damage boost. But what is your... and bring her like here. Still pretty good damage even though he's not stunned. I think I'm just slow on the parries. I'm not really warmed up yet, so. But I don't know if we'll use the light thing. He's not weak to it, so he's not resistant at least either, but. He's resistant to dark, though.
Let's finish this.
Careful now.
What's wrong with me?
Ready to go. Time to hit big.
Okay. So let's just do one of these. And she's gonna lose her stance anyway, so let's do that.
Time to end this.
Okay, I kind of want him to use a breaker. Sorry, striker, I mean.
Cut him down.
There we go, that's exactly what we wanted. Now,
End of the line.
tons of damage. Could be higher, but that's still pretty fucking good. Did like almost 4 million damage in that one turn. Okay, so we have another charge and we're almost at the next one, so we'll definitely save that for the next thing. Let's just stack the burn on you, I think.
Feel the burn. Chromo's flowing. Feel the burn.
Okay, now this time, you don't have much in the way of shots to be using, but it's okay. I'm just gonna do another striker, even though it's not gonna do. Oh no, never mind. Okay, well, it was supposed to just be a test, but he's dead. That works. Okay, let's switch his weapon back anyway for now. Definitely a lot easier. Still not quite like the insane damage output like that we're capable of currently, but we'll get there. We picked up a weapon for you. Is it any good? Not really. I mean, it's. I'm sure it's good, but replay instantly when in Almighty Mask. Yeah, pretty nice. But we'll just leave the one that's on him for now. Okay. So with that one done, I also want to do the serpent. The serpent seems really difficult for this build, though, because frankly, hold on, let me check something also. Yeah, I don't know why. I guess it's just because they die, but I'm not sure why, because she doesn't have first strike on, right? No, so I'm not sure why she got to go before Verso. It must have something to do with the death thing, or how things went when they died, but like, because his speed is way higher, so he should have gone first in that fight. Not really sure why it happened the way it did. Alright, maybe we can just save midair. We don't necessarily. Didn't have to save. sometimes it just doesn't want to do it. It's fine. Let's just give this guy a try. I still think he's going to be really difficult because of his whole AP sucking thing that he does, which he just gets to do automatically, which I really hate, but... I did not know what timing I should be going with there. Also, something's a little weird there. Why did he not start with a shield? He absolutely should have. Something strange is going on. Right, I hate, this is why I don't like this fight. Like, the fact that it just absorbs free aim shots, like, is completely anti-verso. But it's anti-character in general. It just kind of sucks. Like, you've got really nothing you can do at this point, so just do that.
Ready to strike.
Yes, you do lots of damage.
Feel the burn.
Cut him down.
Okay, that's huge.
I'm ready. On fire.
Ready to strike. End of the line.
Let us stain them. This ends now.
Definitely not as much damage as I was hoping there. I'm trying to just get it killed before it gets a turn again, but it is stunned, so that should just happen anyway. Yeah.
Witness your end.
Alright, that was a lot easier than last time, that's for sure. Energy Master. Every AP gain is increased by 1. That's certainly nice. I'm gonna assume it's really expensive to equip, though. I don't know, because it's not learned yet, but... yeah, it costs 40. I'm good for now, thanks. Alright.
What a lovely fight.
Oh, we got a perfect chroma. Alright, well, we're gonna upgrade one of Verso's weapons. I guess probably the non-light one. Even though I would like to upgrade the light one, don't get me wrong.
Here we go.
I think it definitely has like the most damage, like base damage in general, but alright, where should we go now? I guess we want to do the Flying Manor, which is probably going to take some time. I'm trying to think of like any other like little things that I've left to do, but it's really just like the Flying Manor, Renoir's Drafts, and the Endless Tower, I think are pretty much what's on the docket for today. I'm trying to think if there's like any other like big dudes though anywhere that I left unkilled, but I don't think so. That was pretty much it. Yeah, so let's go to the Flying Manor because we already did part of that already. The issue is that the Flying Manor also contains one of the hardest bosses. I mean, that's kind of what's there for today, right? There's Clair, who's in the Flying Manor, and Simon in the Abyss.
Here we go.
Which are notably like the two hardest in the game, I think. Oh, also, I forgot, there was the Lamp Master. Maybe we should do that next, then. That's like the remaining other big one at the paint workshop. Since I have all of them done, I'm not sure that it actually matters which painting workshop that we go to, but I'm just going to go to the one that we had unlocked. Because I think now that we're in better shape, like damage-wise and stuff, that should be a fairly easier fight. Not easy, but easier. That's over here. I feel like the pop-in is more noticeable for some reason all of a sudden. I'm not sure why. Like the rendering distance seems like it got lowered somehow, even though I haven't changed the settings at all. Yeah, we already chatted, so we shouldn't need to do anything there. I kind of wish you could, after you have this unlocked, you could just warp straight there. But we're here, so it's all good. Alright, just get to the flag. There we are. Nothing else left to do aside from that, I guess, so let me upgrade, since he's our primary damage dealer. That goes up to 8822. This one goes up to 9533, so there's definitely a pretty big scaling difference between these two. It's weird because they're both A and S for this, for the same... No, for different stats, actually. It's because my luck, I think, is not as high on him. But we could make it higher. And again, I should probably reconfigure him a little bit. Like, he doesn't need the 10 points of defense. It's not helping very much. I think we're going to upgrade this one because physical is less resisted than most everything else. Still a huge damage upgrade. I wouldn't mind upgrading both of these to 33. But the fact that this one also can go up to S rank is really huge, so... let's see. Upgrade attributes. So yeah, we could lower his... I don't want to lower his vitality too much. Like, I want him to have a little bit of survivability, but he doesn't need 10 defense. We could just pop that into another stat right now. And his luck definitely needs to be higher. So let me just take a screenshot here just so I don't forget any of what the numbers were. And we'll do a quick recode for him. Yo, Nightmare, how's it going, buddy? I think that's our first recode. I don't think I've ever actually used one. Alright, so leave defense at 0. Put this for the moment up to like 25. And then our damage goes up quite a bit if we max those both out. So we can have 63 is the highest we would get out of one of these if we do it this way. He still has 8,352 health. That's actually not bad. Because it was only like 9,000 something. 9,100. So he lost quite a bit, but like that's still pretty good. If we just do it that way. He'll have a lot more crit chance as well. He doesn't have to be all crit, like we could lower might a little bit. But he's not really getting much like crit chance out of that, just a little bit of damage. $11,541. it's still higher with luck, so we might as well make that the highest for now. I think that's the highest we're getting. I don't know if it needs to be a 99. Hold on. $11,645, 71% crit. 11,676, 73%. Yeah, we're just better off doing it that way. It would be nice if you had just even more skill points, but you know, we're not level 99 or whatever the max is, so that's good enough, I think, for him. We could max out other people as well, but his is really the important one. Anyway, doing sort of alright-ish, just playing Helldivers 2 and Neo 2 on the side in my free time, and attempted to try some indie shooter I found called Hole. Interesting. This is respecking. It's one form of respecking. You can use recoats to redistribute your stats, but you can also use them to redistribute your skill points, so that if you want to relearn stuff, like I might do that with CL potentially because of this Fortune's Fury thing is really strong. If we need it, we'll see. Right now, let me look at the weapon damage. 10, 44, 7 versus... Oh, wow, that's huge. This went from... well, this one went way down because we have no vitality. So now serum kind of sucks. But this went... it gained, like, I think over 2,000 points of damage, so that's pretty good. So we still, like, just by maxing out, we still increased our damage quite a lot. It's just that now we can't, like, easily swap to serum because we would have to, like, put our points back into vitality for that to be good. But I think that's okay. All right, let's go give this guy another try. Yeah, no defense, but I mean, he has defense and health through Pictos, so his defense is weirdly, it's actually higher than it was. I guess technically your weapon can give you some, or some of the stats can give you some sort of passive defense and health stuff anyway. But yeah, I have a little less health than I did. It was at 9,171. Now it's at 8,352. That's a big loss, but he still has more than, well, Luna at least. Not more than Mael, but he still has a lot of HP. But his attack power went up like crazy. So, and his speed is good. His crit is way better now. So hopefully that'll make his damage output really high. But we'll see. Also, hey Anna, how's it going? How are you doing today? Either of you have any weekend plans at all? Aside from the gaming and stuff?
I'm ready.
I'm early? I'm still early. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I didn't parry a single one of those. I gotta get back in the zone here.
Let's go the path.
Definitely doing a lot more damage. Let's just go ahead and do an Endbringer anyway.
End of the line.
Yeah, look at all that. Look at all the damage we just did to him. It's crazy.
Ready to go. Nice.
Oops.
Ready to go.
Too late.
Ready to go.
Right, I forgot she's exhausted. I was like, why is it spending her AP? But that's why. I would love another turn with him to just wipe him out. That's not gonna happen just yet, so. I could Virtuous Strike, I guess. Because we're not likely to break him anyway.
You can't escape.
600 damage is kind of low.
Let's keep going. A storm is coming.
Bring it on.
Huge. So much damage. Let's just finish you with a stylish striker. Way easier than last time. It was over in just a couple of minutes. Alright, sorry, let me catch up. I plan to, I have no idea what I have planned. That's fair. Do intend to do some more democracy, of course. Yeah, nice. I did get a chance to jump in for one round of Helldivers 2 the other day with Moisty when my internet was being kind of shitty. Because I knew I wasn't really going to get to stream, so I was just like, well, I'll see if my internet is at least stable enough that I can join for a match, because I haven't been able to play Helldivers much lately, and it was nice to actually get to jump into one. But hopefully, depending on how things go, especially after the family visit, which, by the way, they should be here on like the 9th or the 10th, so depending on what their schedule is like, because I don't know 100% for sure, I will probably, like I said, try to stream some when they're here. I don't know how consistent it'll be, so I may not get to it all. I just don't really know yet. But, you know, once their visit is passed, I should hopefully start having a bit more time for, like, I'm still going to be working a lot, still going to be very busy. I'm going to be trying to move back into doing some challenge runs, stuff on stream, but I also want to get back to doing some, you know, community potential related content. So Night Rain, of course, but also Helldivers 2. So we're going to be doing some more of those, and hopefully have a chance to have some fun with all that. Some of which will, of course, have the option to be done kind of early, so, you know, you can potentially join if you're in a much earlier time zone than me. But yeah, we'll see how things go. Anyway, doing alright. The changes to Fallout 76 camp building that will arrive next update are now on the PTS, and they look amazing from what I've seen in the videos. No weekend plans, though. Oh, well, sounds like you'll probably be doing gaming, I assume. Understandable. I'm gonna have a busy weekend, but hopefully I'll get a chance to play something for a little bit. I have to clean a bunch before they get here for one, but we've been setting up a guest room downstairs, since the downstairs apartment is 2 bedrooms. And, you know, like I said, I was living down there with Daedra, but then after my landlord moved out, I moved into the upstairs apartment. But this is only a 1 bedroom up here. But yeah, instead of having a hotel, since we have the spare room down there and Daedra doesn't mind, we're just setting up a spare bedroom. We've been setting up a spare bedroom down there in general, just for guests of whatever variety, you know, but we just have to get a couple of things set up in there because it's been a little bit slow going. So part of my plan this weekend is to assemble a dresser. I've already got like a bed and all that kind of stuff in there. A desk, lighting, etc. Neo 2's New Game Plus 2 has started to be quite rough lately, but in kind of a good way, since New Game Plus 1 was barely anything new, and now enemies are getting as tough as they were in the new game. Gotcha. Very cool. Saito Yoshitatsu has me spending about 10 minutes of dodging attacks and taking pot shots at him. I don't think I would have won if I didn't have the Kodama Soul Core that lets me have a chance to get extra elixirs in fights. Yeah. Very nice. Speaking of challenge runs, I've been doing some matches with light penetration weapons and Helldivers too. I sort of underestimated how great they are for hitting weak spots and having a lot of ammo. Yeah, I mean, if you're fighting something like bots, like you don't necessarily need armor penetration a lot, except for certain enemies. But you can kind of make do with, you know, stratagems or other things potentially to kind of like close up those kind of gaps in your offense, right? So you can get away with like a lot of light penetration as long as what you're shooting at has enough like targetable weak points, which basically everything in the game does, right? It's just that like bots are usually pretty easy with that. Bugs can be to a degree, obviously, but some bugs are like really armored up, so you have to like specifically hit them in like very annoying to hit places because of how much they move. Bots are only easy because they tend to like just be pointed directly at you most of the time, unless they're focused on somebody else. So, you know that it's usually easy to shoot them in like their core or their face, or, you know, blow off one of their legs or something like that. It's usually pretty simple. There's a Fallout 76 seasonal event going on at the moment. There will be gaming. So there will, yeah, I got you. Even the default assault rifle had me surprised for how good it felt to shoot something. Low recoil. Yeah, that makes sense. At death's door, energizing attack 1. Let me just quickly see what the stats are like on these, since we just picked them up as new ones. And level 30. A lot of speed and crit rate. Defense and crit rate. He already has energizing attack 1 on. We could put that on him, but I think energizing shots costs more, so I don't know that I have anything that I can swap for him. That would be better, but I could put it like on somebody else, like, I don't know. Like I said, he's kind of like, all of our eggs are in one basket at the moment with Verso. Because we don't really need the other characters to necessarily do as much damage, or have like stats to be as good as his when he can carry a lot of the time. Now, mind you, it's still good for them to be statted up and all that, but he just doesn't necessarily need to be as crazy. Do I get anything else for having defeated this thing? I thought there would be more. I'm running into like an invisible hitbox here too, by the way. But I guess that's it. So there's like a painting to interact with, but I don't see anything. We didn't even get a perfect catalyst for that, did we? Maybe we can talk to the boy. I don't think he was standing here before. The beast is no more. I can sleep again, dream again. Where shadows fall and monsters flee. Dawn's embrace, the soul set free. Oh, there we go. May she never paint her horrors ever here ever again. Well, we could upgrade Serum like I was going to, but now that we've reconfigured our stats, like, Serum's nowhere near as good, so we should put it on somebody else's weapon. Probably her Medellum, honestly. Oops. Yeah, that's a pretty big damage increase as well, so. Okay, and it could be higher, but we'll not worry about that just now until we feel like we actually need to worry about it. Alright, so that's another thing down. We just need to go, I guess, now back to the flying manor and start trying to knock that out. Because I think that was the last, like, big solo fight, unless I'm forgetting something. And by solo fight, I mean, like, one significant boss and not, like, a bigger area. Because I feel like I've done all the other chromatics, unless I'm just overlooking something, which is entirely possible, because this map is really dense. Like, it's really easy to skip stuff. We could fight the mime a bunch more times with all the different characters and unlock all the bald appearances for every character, because you can get the bald hairstyle for everyone, but they all have to beat them is the thing. And like I said, obviously I did do some stuff off stream, so Probably a couple of things that I could have done on stream, but I just wanted to make sure that we had plenty of time for this being probably the last one for Expedition 33 for now, at least. Like I said, I might replay it in the future in some capacity, especially if I can think of like a challenge run to do with it. But for now, I just wanted to get it finished up so we can start putting some focus onto other game titles. It's basically, I just need to make sure your secondary / support weapon covers your needs for medium and heavy / tank armor. Yeah, exactly. Bank is on maintenance again, second time in a week. Yeah, that's really annoying. Especially if you're like trying to manage your finances in some way or check them for whatever, or you got to pay bills and you need access, but then it's like you can't access the website. All right, so we did just the first one of these. So that's like the floating waters boss. These are all harder versions. Looks like the Lampmaster will have to fight again, but I don't think it'll be as hard as the one we just fought. It should be like an easier version, probably. Not as easy as the original one. That'll be the easiest. This appears to be one of the directions we can probably go, but I have to figure out how. Or maybe we just go over there, I guess, as the means of coming back down, possibly. There's a lot of like enemies here I might swap Minoko in for just to get, well, I shouldn't say a lot. Most of the things that he needs are in the flying tower at this point, or sorry, the endless tower. Or wait, is this the one we did? This might be the one I did already, although I'm not sure because I'm pretty sure we were able to see the boss right away. No, I think this is the one we did already. I chose to go the same way. Yeah, because there's this vendor here. I did buy stuff from him already off stream. Just want to check and see if he has anything else that we actually want before we leave. He does have a couple of Pictos that I don't have learned that I guess we could buy just for the hell of it. Also some weapons we don't have, but I don't really care. I don't think there's an achievement for collecting all the weapons or anything like that. Not that they wouldn't be nice to have, but like I don't want to have to worry about all that. Both of these are just kind of like, they're okay. Like the apply slow on break is good, but the break specialist is kind of bad. But I'll buy them anyway. So we have them. Because it reduces your base damage, which is not good. Thankfully I already paid my bills, but it also means I can't purchase anything if I ever decide to go shopping this weekend. Yeah, that sucks, man. I hope that, hope they get their shit together so you can get back in there as soon as you are able. Did I go down here? Maybe this leads to the platform I was looking at. Kind of seems like it would. I don't remember going down here. But I might have. No, I definitely did come down here. I remember this. Because there was a mime up here. Yeah. Okay, well then, let's just get on out of here. Curious how we get to that other platform then, but I'll just continue doing the rest of the level and see if we can figure it out. Yeah, I don't know what we'll be starting next. Like I said, I might try to do some, I don't want to do any like huge immediate challenge run things right away. I still need to do the Lies of P DLC, so that might be the next main thing to just try to get through, but I might try to squeeze in some Night Rain and Helldivers like sooner rather than later, while we're doing that, instead of like, Because I don't want to like just mainline one game. Like we've been doing that with Expedition 33, and sometimes it's good to have something to focus on. But the only reason I've really done that with this game is just because it's so long that I just figured it was going to take me way too long to finish if I didn't do that. Oh, I see. There's climbing points here. These things, they just blend in so well that I just miss them far too often. All right, let's see what we got here. Stellact right ahead. I'll take more Lumina if they're going to give me more Grandiose, but I think everybody's up to a level 32 weapon at this point, so at least the folks I'm using. I could upgrade like his weapon or hers to 32. For the main ones they're using at least. Not sure if I'll stick with those or not. 'Cause
Ready to strike.
no trouble at all. So we can go down here. This is this direction. This is probably progress in this direction. Down here. Oh, that's literally the boss that we need to kill. Okay, well, let's hold off on killing him first. We'll do the optional stuff before that. Dark down here, kind of hard to see. Okay, random light pop in, sure. I wonder if this connects to the other. Oh, there's another gross tat. Okay, this I might just equip Monoko for, even though he's not as strong as the other characters. We don't necessarily need Mael right now, so just pop him in for the moment. Because the Grostet drops a foot, and I don't know if this will respawn because some of the enemies here don't respawn.
Keep going. Even better.
Okay, huge break
Let's have some
damage.
Cut him down.
Jesus. He's a fucking monster. Alright, well, that was simple. So you got Grostet Whack. Deals high single target physical damage. Applies defenseless. Okay, well that's cool. Anyway, let me pop him back out for now.
Perfect.
So that's one of the remaining ones he needs. I brought up like a list because I wanted to see what enemies I would need to kill. Because there are certain ones like that are normally kind of like bosses that he also gets skills from, but it's impossible to know which without having him in your party. And I don't normally, so there's no other way for me to really create like a list without looking it up. I think he needs like 5 or 6 more skills. A lot of those will end up having to get from the tower, I think. Oh, surprising. These guys are a little on the tanky side.
Cut him down.
What have we here?
And this actually lets you go back, so that's good to remember. So, but it doesn't look like these connected the way I thought they might. Because it was weird, like the way the lighting popped in from the other way. I thought maybe it was like it just did right there. I thought maybe it was because we were expected to come from the other direction. I don't think that's the case. Although maybe, because there's a different place to grapple. So maybe it is what I thought it was. But the lighting keeps changing, which is really weird. Okay, yeah, so it is what I thought it was, just not quite in the same spot. But it seems like this side is a little on the shorter end of things then, assuming that we can come right to the boss to kill it. Seems like we can. Okay, gotta save. There's stuff beyond the boss, which is interesting because I'm pretty sure he's the boss, unless he's about to like leave or something. What the hell? Okay.
Great.
I mean, he's definitely the boss, but I mean, I don't know if we have to do anything else before it lets me fight him. Like if he's about to like jump away for some reason, but it seemed like it. So this is the dueliste from before, but obviously stronger.
Just try it.
Oop, that's the wrong thing. Still the wrong thing. Yeah, it's okay. Would have preferred if he had attacked like anybody else, but
Don't die next time.
hold on. I need to find out if he has. Sorry for the sound cutting out here. I need to find out if I need a skill for this guy for Minoko. Oh, why is this not loading? Okay, there we go. That's not the right thing. Hold on. Minoko skill list. Anything for duelist? There's Duelist Storm. I think this, yeah, it is this thing, so we should restart this one anyway. Okay, sorry. Just the fewer things that I have to try to break Minoko out for in the future, the better. As much as I would like to just use him for this. Or to not need to use them, I mean. Again, most of our damage should come from Verso anyway. There's another Burgeon there. I don't think there's a Burgeon skill, but I might try doing that with Minoko in the party anyway, just in case. But it'll depend on who gets eaten, I guess.
Why, yes, I'd love a dance. Energized.
Oops. I don't think he has the recovery on. He does not, which kind of sucks. But he should still get the skill regardless. Oh, he has a lot of health.
End of the line.
We can still do plenty of damage, just not as much as you would expect. Okay, the sound cue is a little hard to read on that one. I cannot heal Verso is the one kind of big downside for his thing at the moment, so
Let's push forward.
bring him back up, I guess.
I'll manage.
It's huge. It also just did 5.5 million damage. Okay.
Oh well.
It's actually good for Verso, because he gets the damage bonus for being inverted. countered by my weakest,
down.
my weakest link.
I've lived through worse. End of the line.
There we go. Oh, free Dualiso upgrade, that's nice. That's another perfect, I think. Perfect catalyst, I mean. Alright, 2 out of 4 bosses down, and then once all 4 of those are down, I guess we fight Clair. So as hard as some of these guys seem, like she's going to be crazy difficult, apparently. I don't think she's like as hard as Simon, but you guys haven't seen. But you have conquered your foe once again. Should I take you back to the plaza? No, I'm good. I will make my own way there. Yeah, I might try to kill the Burgeon with them, but I don't think there's actually a Burgeon skill. I need to look. It's kind of unnecessary otherwise. But you got the Dualist one, at least. Alright, let me just quickly consult that. Because I don't think there is a Burgeon skill. At the very least, if there is, it's not showing its name. I could always just like start the fight with him in the party just to check. But he doesn't really need a whole lot more. I can't really... I wish their UI was a little bit better about this. I can't really show you... I can't show you what skills he doesn't have unless you're in the Learn Skills menu. Which is really kind of annoying because you can't look at it from anywhere but at a flag. Should have all of these, which he appears to. Free Lancearm upgrade is nice. I wish it was higher, but take 50% less damage. Oh, yeah. I don't think he has Confident equipped. Honestly, I probably should equip Confident on him if I get enough Lumina for it, even though he doesn't really... He's already had so much Lumina, but yeah, it's just that he already has Confident Fighter, so he can't be healed, but it increases his damage by an additional 30%. But we should really kind of stack that with regular Confident, because that also will make him take half damage, so... Tee-hee.
Well, that will help.
So if he's already unable to be healed, we might as well make him take as little damage as possible. Get countered, scrub. Alright, it seemed like there's another path up there. I'm not sure how we get there, but that might be not connected to this. I don't know for sure. Alright, hold on. Let me try to save it. Not work. Guess we just go with it. Mainly my only concern, like obviously Verso can carry here, but if he's the one who gets eaten, if it happens right away. Okay, it did not happen right away. Doesn't look like he has a foot to be gotten anyway, but this will be over in a sec. Yep. Jesus. Didn't even have to fucking combo that at all. Alright. Now we can swap you back out for now. We'll probably need to put him back in at some point if there's another enemy here that we need a skill from. We still keep getting Burgeon skin from every single Burgeon, but I still think the game only has one use for it, and it's so early in the game. I just don't know why they don't code it so that the game stops giving it to you, because it doesn't seem like you can do anything with it. If you could, like, go return to the small Burgeon, who's no longer small, and like sell it to him or something, like that would be one thing. Like in trade for Lumina. That's what they should have done with it. Or just make it so it doesn't pop up, because it doesn't show you generally, or it doesn't really keep track of like when you have numerous of this, like multiple of the same item. It doesn't really like keep track of that in the inventory screen. It just shows you that you have one, basically. So like if I'll show you here, if I go to quest items, you can see just Virgin Skin. I have collected probably at least, well, however many there are in the game to kill, I have killed that many, except for, you know, maybe whatever might be at like the, like left in this level or at the Endless Tower. So probably like, I don't know, upwards of 10, right? But it doesn't show that I have that many. It just shows the quest item. And even after you turn it into the small Virgin, it doesn't like remove from your inventory, because a lot of quest items don't do that. They just stay here. But it would be better if you wanted to just flag that you're just getting Virgin Skin in case you just avoided every single one up to this point. That'd be fine, but then if you have one in your inventory, it should just have a flag in the code that's just like, you know, if you already have this, then don't show the pop-up, because obviously that's kind of pointless. Otherwise you give people the impression that there's multiple ones to find. I think I forgot to put, did I put my L back in the party? I did, okay. So we have a paint cage here. Just looking for the final lock. Oh, it's way up there. I see it now.
Good stuff.
Powerful revive. Is that good? Yeah. We have 6 color of Illumina. If we get it up to 20 again or close to that, I could maybe put confident on him as well, even though, like I said, he's got so much Lumina compared to everyone else. It feels unfair that I'm that I'm spending it all on him. But you know, it's kind of worth it for the damage he can do. So we might as well do things like make him even more survivable and all that as well. Okay, so let's see. We've been up there. We've been up there. So now it's mostly the other side, I guess. I guess there's no point in trying to put anything in those again. So we can start putting points back into Vitality if we want, or we might as well just put them all into Might. There's no reason to dump them wastefully. I like momentarily forgot that you can put multiple points into one thing. And then do we have another perfect? We do. So we should probably make hers perfect now, the Scavrum, because I've been enjoying Scavrum just fine. So next target, I think. More damage for everybody. The only downside is when we run into dark resistant enemies, but that's okay. So we got a Lampmaster and an Evec left to find. But I think that stuff should be in this direction, or at least one of them will be in this direction. Did I need to rest? I guess one of my revives is used, but it's only one, so it's fine. Still have 10 more. We're okay. down into the iridescent fog here. Oh, it's one of those, the big train guy. I don't remember what they're actually called. There's another Lumina, just 13 more. We could, like I said, we could also just spend them on some other people, but I just don't know how necessary that is. Ideally, we want everyone to be strong, not just one character, but if one character is at least as strong as Verso, that's a good thing. Even with the damage resistance, we're still doing pretty good damage against these guys. It does suck that, you know, since we've put all of our eggs into like one basket, especially stat-wise now, that if we do run into something that's like physically resistant, that his damage is going to get cut in half.
Interesting.
Not that we don't have means of offsetting it. We could also try to level up a different weapon that scales with his current stats better. Energizing pain, patuh. Fuck you. Nobody wants you.
Lovely.
This might be leading to progress, but let me just see. Yeah, because I think that might be the Lampmaster way over there. That way, it looks like it. So I don't know if this path leads in that direction or not. It's just for this.
Great.
Charging alteration. 10% of a gradient charge on applying a buff once per turn. That should automatically work for some characters, but I don't know. I was hoping I could just kind of fall off here. Is there a grapple somewhere? Oh. There we go. Okay. So that's just for the Picto then. I hope that attack counted. It was a little late. I was hitting the button a bunch, but I was just like still on this cooldown. Jesus, we had so many AP refreshes there. I was at 1 AP like 6 or 7 times there. That's why I love that fucking Lumina, just the fact that you can get like a free AP. It's like, it's only like a 20% chance on free aim shot. And there's other things that can give you bonus AP, but like that's the one that like sometimes just keeps popping off for me, and it's like super useful. Obviously the one that we should learn would be like the Energy Master one, because that would also proc, because this is whenever you get 1 AP, it's doubled. So it would just obviously be worth getting for him, because his AP would just probably never run out. It might even be worth farming up the 30 or whatever Lumina we need for that really quick, because it actually won't take that long. Well, no save, but that's alright.
I'm ready.
Just one, but that's alright. Oops, I didn't even realize there were other enemies there. It's okay, he'll get to go again. Just would have been a better first turn if I had done that differently. We could have potentially one-cycled him, in fact.
Let's spill some ink.
But that's fine. Her damage is at least feeling a little bit better. It's still not amazing, but
Feel the burn.
oh, he has that ability too, huh? Well, I don't have any ice skills equipped, unfortunately. But that's okay. We don't really need it. Goodbye. Anti-burn level up. I think somebody's wearing that right now, or maybe not. She has longer burn. You have anti-stun on. But now this is, it's probably like the same stats. Yeah, okay, because they're both level 29. I'll consider putting it on somebody else later, maybe. Okay. So I guess we just go up here now. So I think the rest we've technically done. So there's a reason to jump up here. So though I'm pretty sure that's just how we got up in the first place, right? Question mark? There was that, and then all the grapples from there. Okay. So the GG's. The real boss is up higher, but let me check the list. I don't think there's a Lamp Master skill, but let's just consult it and be sure. There is Lamp Master Light. Okay. Oof. That's... It would have been better for me to bring Minoko into that other Lamp Master fight, because this one might actually be harder. Maybe not. This one probably won't be as hard as the one in the painting workshop, I think. Just because that one's like more of like its own singular challenge. This is just part of a big thing. I don't think he's going to be a pushover, but I don't think he'll be as difficult as that one. Man, I just tried to fucking scan the ground like I'm in Death Stranding 2. What the hell? Just complete fucking muscle memory moment. I haven't even really been playing it that much off stream. Like, I've been trying to play it when I can, but I've just been really busy, so. Alright. It might have auto-saved already, but let me just see if I can get one. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I've been playing Death Stranding 2. I'm not streaming it, obviously, but I might stream it in the future. That's what I did for the first one. I played it off stream. Technically, I don't think I had started streaming yet when the first one came out. I can't remember, but I played it off stream, and I ended up really enjoying it. And then about a year or so later, I played it again on stream. Might have even played it twice on stream. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure I played the PC version on stream, whereas my original purchase was the PS4 version. And just because I got so much other shit going on for stream right now, I just didn't want to add another really long form game to stream. Also because it's like one that is likely to be kind of popular on Twitch. I just assumed, you know, a lot of big channels would be covering Death Stranding 2. So I didn't really want to like try to fit that into the rotation right now. But like I said, I've been enjoying it from what I have played, and more than likely I will probably stream it again, or stream this one sometime in the future when I've like had enough time away from it to have it feel kind of fresh again. And we could Endbringer you. Probably the right call in this case.
End of the line.
Still did a ton of damage. Parried way too soon. Exhaust sucks for him, like it's actually terrible.
Watch out. Get ready. Violence.
I think we want to... I'm not going to worry about your skills. He has attacks I've never seen. I'm going to just straight up... Well, here, you still get to double turn, I think. Actually, no, he doesn't have cheater on. Never mind. Let's just... Oh, does he have cleansing tint, though? Okay, good, he does. Unfortunately, I think that removes his inverted, though, so it's going to lower his damage, but we needed exhaust off of him, because he can't do jack shit without exhaust. Or with it on, I mean. Didn't occur to me before, but the previous Lampmaster was in phase 2 of the original Lampmaster, whereas this one's in phase 1.
Feel the burn.
Let's carve a path.
I should have saved that mark. Oh well. It's still a G and a G. Okay, so he should have learned, yeah, Lampmaster's Foot. That one was pretty easy, all things considered. He just did an attack I was not familiar with because I haven't seen the first phase in so long.
Just one more.
I think we did everything else on this end at least, so we can probably just go ahead and take him up on his offer to leave. Conquered your foe once again. Go ahead and take me back. That's fine. So just one left. I wish there was a way to give yourself skill points like you can with Lumina. I don't remember that grapple point being there. I guess that's the way forward, but I'm not sure because there should be another way down from here, I think. I thought that grapple point wouldn't show up until we had kind of finished all 4 of the fights, though.
Good stuff.
Unless that's just where it is and this is just something aside here to do, I don't know. The last fight is an Evac, and I do see... It's a triple Evac fight? Oh, that's gonna be fucking weird and difficult. Because Evacs, they're like resistant to everything except for one element, which always makes them really annoying. We're not going to be able to like cover all of our bases in that regard, but except for maybe with one character like Luna. That might make this a really difficult fight because I think Verso's damage is going to be particularly inhibited. Because I don't know if any of them are going to be not resistant to physical. But I guess we'll find out. Oh, that is not what I wanted. Okay, excuse me for a second, sir. The paint block might be hiding under that. Energizing stun. +1 AP on hitting a stun target with a skill. That's actually really good. For something like Endbringer. Not that he really needs it, but...
Good stuff.
Oh, okay, camera. Yeah, I feel like I might want to try to get him that other one, though. Not confident, but the Energy Master. Be really strong on him. Maybe just like before we do the Clair fight, we can just go farm some up really fast. It doesn't take long. just forgo getting like confident. I don't know. We'll see. I don't want to subject you guys to a lot of farming, but it's not really a big deal. I guess that's just a way back. Alright, so the Avex are over here, and then there's a Burgeon, so we should do the Burgeon. Try to. Once again, it doesn't want to save, but we'll just hope for the best.
Let's carve a path.
He almost broke, but he will now. And he's dead. There's that Burgeon skin that we just have 0 use for.
Well, that will help.
Oh, there's a Patank over here? Okay. Can drop some nice stuff. I gotta figure out where his pedestal even is. Probably over here somewhere. Chatian is like a pretty good weapon for CL.
Well, that will help.
I would consider maybe swapping her current weapon out for it just because it's good at like just applying a lot of foretell, but she also has one that does like void damage right now, so that's pretty good as well.
Well, that will
High
help.
level roulette. Interesting. And then I guess we just want to go up there is probably the last thing. Oh wait, no.
Nice.
Okay. We got to figure out where his pedestal is. Could be somewhere near the Avec group.
Ow, wow.
I don't see anything though. Do we have to somehow drive him upstairs? Yep, that's exactly what we need to do.
Ready to strike.
Hopefully we can do this without getting the Avex's attention. Okay, for a second there I thought he was about to fall off the edge. I would have been a little annoyed. Still can't get a save. I don't know why, he just doesn't want to. Okay.
Ready to strike.
Don't think that helped you very much. Okay, nice. 5 color Luminas, a nice little shortcut. It's like 1 extra boss farm kill we don't have to do if we want to farm anything. Okay, I think that's it, with the exception of whether or not there's like something over on this end somehow. It does seem like there is, but I'm not sure how you get there because I don't see any grapple points. Unless there's one. Oh, I guess you can just kind of parkour across, maybe. Let's just get that out of the way before we do this fight, because this fight's probably going to be annoying. Maybe. Maybe not. His damage being resisted may not be that big of a detriment because he does so much, but it does cut his damage in half. Now, obviously, if we had, like, CL bolstering his damage, then that would kind of just, you know, reverse it, but, right, we came from here, though. I wonder if we can get there via that, like, light rope that we saw. Can we? Oh, we can just climb the stairs here. Never mind. So we could go up here. That is not simply a parkour. It is at this end, but...
Nice.
Painter. Convert all physical damage to void damage. It's actually probably really good for him. Because I don't know if they can avoid void damage. I'm not sure that that's resisted by anything in the game. It could be. Okay, maybe we quickly learn some shit. It only costs 10. I don't know that we need the assistance, but like having him do void damage would actually be really sick. Like obviously there's certain things that are probably going to be weak to physical damage. But that's kind of rare, similar to how it's a little bit more rare to run into things that are resistant to physical in the first place. They exist, but they're just, you know, they're a little bit less common than stuff that are resistant to other types of elements. But the Avex are resistant to like fucking everything except for, like I said, one element, and because each of those are a different type of Avex, there's like a fire, frost, and thunder one or lightning one. They're all going to have a different weakness and be resistant to everything else, I think. Just going to make them annoying to do. However, I think void damage will make up the difference if we just do that, which is probably why they put that there. So that you could learn a Lumina that would be greatly valuable. We also don't even need to farm for it, technically. If I just learn it quickly. Like I still want his other stuff on, but we could quickly learn it. Just get rid of energizing parry for the moment, I guess, and then where is it? It's called Painter. We just do 4 really quick fights, and then he can just remove a couple of the like at low HP things that he has on in his Luminas to equip it now, and then we can, if we feel like farming, we can farm later. What's gonna be easy and quick for me to fight? It doesn't feel like I can get anywhere particularly fast is the only annoying thing in this level. I guess, here, just do it this way. You just go back down to where we were and just kill a couple of the guys down there. We should be able to kill 4 things before the boss. That way, at least if he has it on, he should be good, I think. And then if we want to farm up anything in order to get, at the very least, confident on him would be nice, but more importantly, the Energy Master would probably be way better. Like, we don't even have to farm, like, the entire amount. We could get rid of Energizing Start 1 off of him, which admittedly is only 5 points, but... yeah, none of the Burgeons respawn down here. Or did I... Wait, did I not rest? I don't think I rested. Shit. Whoops. Just in time. I am going to try to go a little bit long for stream today, just to facilitate finishing things. As much as we can anyway. Like I said, I don't know that we'll do every little thing. But I want to at least do this. I want to at least give Clea and Simon each a try. Or a few tries, you know, like not just one try, but and I would like to check out the Endless Tower, but the Endless Tower sounds like it's kind of just like a gauntlet thing you can repeatedly go through. I don't know how much like unique stuff there is to see there. You do get like cool rewards for doing it, I think, and it is like supposed to be really difficult. Or pretty challenging, I should say. Like it gets harder the further you go up, I guess. Okay, try that again. So much more convenient when there's like enemies like right near a flag that you can farm if you're doing this sort of thing. But yeah, him having Energy Master, he won't need anything other than Energizing Turn, because he only, I think, has Energizing Start 1 and Energizing Turn, because both of all the things that he has together like already buff his AP up to 9 on turn 1. I think he might have another one on, in which case we can just take the more expensive one on. But he needs to keep Energizing Turn at least. But with Energy Master, then he'll get 2 points from Energizing Turn instead of 1. And then anytime he gets AP from something like the free aim shot bonus and stuff like that, that'll just immediately be 2 AP instead, which will keep him in shots that much more frequently. So yeah, he might literally turn into like a infinite ammo machine gun. I guess we'll see.
Let's carve a path.
He already shoots things to death. Nothing back here, just this is where the paint cage was, but I think there's 2 enemy groups up this way. I hope there's 2. Just one. There were the dudes at the top of the stairs, and then I think there was one guy back this way, unless anything didn't respawn, because the Burgeon doesn't respawn, but those are kind of unique, so.
Let's carve a path.
See, ironically, those guys were slightly harder to kill because of the void damage. Because not the one in the middle, but the 2 side enemies are weak to physical damage, so they took a few more shots. Not that it really matters much for him, but this means we can't kill them in like 3 hits. So twice as many
Ready to
shots.
strike.
But like I said, most things, while I'm not sure that there's much in the game that's weak, if at all, to Void, almost nothing should be resistant to it either, so I think for the sake of this boss fight, it makes sense to have it equipped. Okay, so we put Energizing Parry back on, and then for his Luminas, he has 3 just from leveling up, but we need 10, I think it's called. It's Painter, right? So we need to get rid of, I guess, get rid of At Death's Door and Critical Moment. Oops. Because both of those only work when he's at low HP, and we don't need them right this moment, so just do that, and then we'll fix things later if we need to. Painter. I don't know if he has Rush. I guess we could throw this on. I don't know. We'll not worry about it right now. His speed's already so high. Okay. We should be good. Now he should just be doing void damage all the time. Hopefully that's enough, but we'll find out. Still does not want to save for me, which I'm not happy about. Hopefully it gave me a save after I killed that enemy at least. Buried way too early. Still too early on those ones somehow. I felt like I was more on time with the explosions, but apparently not. Invulnerable to physical damage? That's gonna be fun. Wait, hold on. I gotta check something. Sorry, one moment. I forgot to see if there was an evac thing. It doesn't look like it. Okay, good. We don't have to like reload and bring Minoko in. I don't really know what else to do with you, so I'm just gonna do that.
Brunette, careful. For now.
Let's keep going. I'm ready.
Ready to go.
Did a ton of damage, holy shit.
That's better.
It is better. Because now we can actually do some shit. Kaboom. Why did you not break? Oh, right, it's only the first shot that works. You're invulnerable to void damage, you sneaky little bitch. I'm assuming that's going to change his skill damage too, because it says it changes, I think, all of your damage to void. Let's just find out if we can at least use a gradient here. That's terrible.
Ready to strike.
Okay. Damn. Okay, that still gets considered light, even so. I guess it's just his normal attack damage the rest of the time. So we can still do his light damage at least, which is not going to be as good, but it's fine. We at least aren't like completely useless. That would have really sucked. Let's see. He's resistant to fire, of course, or dark. I mean, but is Terraquake here? I guess. I don't know what he's going to be weak to. Probably Frost, which I don't have equipped, of course.
That's better.
She just did an insane amount of damage. But that was void damage on her counter. Why did that... I don't know why that did as good of damage as it did. If that's the case. Alright, well, we got there. That was confusing, but at least they're dead. That's sneaky, man. Like, I really expected them to not be resistant to void. And they not only made all three of them invulnerable to one damage type. Like, for the two side ones, it was physical damage that would have sucked anyway. Like, we didn't make the wrong choice by switching to void. But then they were sneaky about it and made the main one invulnerable to void, which is just... I tell you what, don't take me to the plaza just yet. Let me just make sure there's nothing else to pick up. I don't think so. So we already went into the little side room over here, right? So Just never checked to see if there was anything on this side because I was focused on the tank, but it doesn't look like it. Okay, you can take me back. Pretty sure we have everything now. But yeah, I'm going to stick with that skill on him anyway. We did get another... perfect chroma or perfect catalyst thingy, so I might want to level up somebody's, but I might hold off since the 3 main character group is already all set for that. So we have 29 Lumina we can spend. Shit. We actually don't necessarily need to do any farming, at least not yet. I think it was 30 though for... Hold on. We must have gotten a lot from one of those bosses, unless we just got like 5 per and I just wasn't paying attention, but, so the other thing was the Energy Master, which I think is like 30 points. Wrong way. I forgot I don't have it learned. Yeah, every AP gain is increased by 1. Costs 40, which is a little sad, but we should still learn it really quick because that'll make him pretty insane, I think. So I'm going to quickly do 4 more fights, and then we're going to try to see if we can get that equipped. Hopefully I don't need to farm up anything. I guess we'll just come back down here. I don't know what's really the fastest. And then before I do the actual Clair boss fight, if that's what's coming up, I need to quickly take a bathroom break, but be able to get right to it. I'll do this part first. Yeah, he has 40 with what's in Lumina to spend there, because he has 29. He has like at least 3 on him, and then we already took off. Actually, no, we might need to farm up a little because I forgot I spent 10 on getting Painter on, which we still want. But that's not the end of the world. I can also look to see if there's something else worth taking off of him, so we don't have to go like farm any. But if we do, I would only need to do like 1 or 2 boss kills, nothing major.
Cut him down.
I wish more of these enemies would actually just straight up drop Lumina by this point in the game. Some of the ones in Renoir's drafts, or maybe all of them, I think, drop Lumina, but it might only be the first time you kill them. Because I think I've killed a couple of the groups there more than once, and I think they dropped Lumina the first time, but maybe not after that. But again, they only dropped like 1. I just don't know why they didn't allow for, like, at this point in the game, like, better means of farming Lumina, because you know there's going to be players who obviously want to, like myself, for, you know, I'm kind of doing it for stream reasons, but, you know, some people are just going to want to see how strong they can get in general. Because, you know, there's always going to be players who are just like, how fucking ridiculous can my damage get? I just want to see, you know, and of course there's New Game Plus and all that kind of stuff too, don't get me wrong, but sorry if you hear a lawnmower in the background while I'm talking, but God damn it, I keep missing. I hate how those enemies like flinch so hard to the side when you shoot them. And if you're not aiming like towards their pelvis, it just makes some of your shots miss if you spam. Okay, we learned it. Head back to the plaza. Let's just see what we can potentially do immediately. If we have to go farm quick, it's not the end of the world. It's not fast, but it's that slow either. I'm just gonna spend them all on him, even though he already has a fucking million Lumina. Thank God it's not like maxed out at 500 or something. That would suck. So Energy Master is on. We could keep just Energy Master on him this way if we want, and then just re-equip Energizing Parry, but this one has way more HP on it, which we might prefer. But it is cheaper, because it's only 15 instead of 40. But I kind of want that little bit of bonus HP. Like, yeah, he tends to get like one shot here and there, but because the alternative is like we still can't apply or afford it and confident at the same time, because we would need like 3 more anyway, so we might want to just go farm up some regardless. I think we just go do that, as much as it's not the most pleasant to have to like go all the way there. Like I said, the game really needs, I think at this point, to give you the means of farming Lumina faster. There is one good farm that I do, which I wouldn't consider fast, because not only do I have to fly all the way to the monolith, but you also have to run a bunch in the monolith just to get to the place where you're going to farm, and then once you get there, it could be a faster location, but it's not the worst. It's at least pretty close to a flag. And it only drops like 5 Lumina every time you kill it. It's at least a repeatable boss. The thing is that I'm not sure. I don't know if they intended for it to be a repeatable boss, like if they accidentally made it respawn. Because I could see that being a thing where they were just like, whoops, you know, this guy's not supposed to respawn. And then if they took it out, then you'd just never be able to like really farm Lumina much. Aside from maybe in certain locations, such as like Renoir's drafts or whatever. But I think, like I said, at best they're dropping like 1 Lumina per kill, and the kills are much harder. So it just feels sort of crappy. And I get that they maybe just don't want you to farm a lot, but like it just seems like at this point in the game, when things are so difficult, you don't need to farm. But if you're going to play on expert difficulty, you might as well, because otherwise you have to perfect parry everything to not immediately die and fail every time, without like just farming up stuff for better defenses and offensive. Otherwise, because it's not just that you're perfect parrying, it's that you're perfect parrying for like, or perfect dodging for like a half an hour straight, you know, because your damage is just so much lower. I would say my characters, Nightmare, are pretty OP, but not necessarily against some of the things that we're going to be going up against. I'm more powerful than probably a lot of players would bother to be, you know, because I did farm some. But notably, the bosses that we have yet to fight, the 2 that I'm aiming for today, are exceptionally difficult. Like, they are known as being the hardest in the game. And there are people who are just like hard stuck on at least one of them. And mind you, you don't even have to be overpowered, because even if you do end up feeling like, oh, I'm way too strong and now the challenge is out of the game, you can just go to one of these flags and go to the challenges section right here, and you can just limit your max damage so that you don't ever do like 1,000,000 damage in one hit, or, you know, whatever. You can limit it down to right back down to 9,999 if you want, or 99, or I guess you can't do that much, but you can limit it to 9,999 by just not wearing the painted power Lumina. So you don't even need to worry about this thing. Like, if you just take off that Lumina, then no one will ever do more than 9,999 damage per hit. This is just available so that if you want to have painted power, but you don't want to be limited to less than 10,000 damage per hit, then you still have these as options. And then there's this one, which multiplies enemy life, which you've seen. Some enemies have like millions of hit points. Just a standard _2 would already be a lot, but you can go all the way up to ×100. So if you really want a fight that's going to take you like an hour to do, by all means do it. Like, you totally can. That's neat. Yeah, the reason it's in there is because the developers kind of admitted and realized a good ways in, like around release, that the end game content is not super well balanced for how powerful your characters can get if you do a lot of the side content, because by the time you get to Act 2, or the end of Act 2, if you've done a lot of side content, you will end up kind of like in the situation where I ended up, where like the final boss of the second act is not that hard, but if you go even straight to the third act boss, you will probably have way too easy a time, especially if you do any more side content from there, because it's just super easy to get overpowered for the main story boss fight. But so they put that in there to be like, here, now you have the means to you know, make things harder if you want. That way, you know, you don't feel like all the challenge got sucked out the window the moment you just decided to do the side content that we put in the game for you to do, especially since a lot of the side content is way harder than the main story stuff, as is typical with a lot of these games. Usually the final boss or the final series of bosses are not necessarily the hardest thing in the game. It's usually some sort of optional thing. So let's see, if we kill this thing another time, we'll have 10 extra, which will be enough to get what we were trying to get at least. But if we also want confident, well, we would need another 20, which is kind of annoying because it's like another 4 kills on top of this one. Again, it doesn't take very long to run back and forth and kill this guy, especially once your damage is as high as it is now. It's just that it's not, I wish it was a little faster. There's one other way in the game where you can farm a lot of Lumina very easily, and it's with a particular chromatic danseuse or whatever it's called in Old Lumiere. The problem is you can only do it once, because once that enemy dies, it doesn't respawn like this boss does. So, but the reason you can do that farm, which you could always do on like New Game Plus or whatever too, but the reason why you can get so much the Lumina point thingies, the chromatic chroma, whatever the fuck it's called, I forget. The reason you can farm so much Lumina from that boss is that the danseuse enemy, those like weird frost ladies, that Luna has the outfit for right now, they summon clones, and unless they've patched this, that particular chromatic one will summon 2 clones, but if you don't kill her, she'll just keep summoning clones, and apparently for each clone you kill, they'll drop extra Lumina once you finish the battle. So if you just don't kill her, you can just keep farming up Lumina off of her in the battle. However, you can't loot those and leave the battle. You have to still finish the fight to get the loot, right? So that's why you can only do it once. But if you really want to, you could set yourself up with like potentially hundreds of extra Lumina by just doing the fight for a long time and not killing her, and just killing her clones. As long as you're careful not to, like, you know, overdo it in such a way that it would cause the game to crash or something. But yeah, that's the only other one that's like apparently pretty easy to do, which if I had known at all, obviously I would have just left that boss alive for like a big easy way to farm Lumina like in one fell swoop. Because I could have like easily farmed up like 150 or 200 Lumina or something off of that in like an hour or something of just off-stream gameplay, instead of doing this sort of thing for only like 5 in a clip, which you can still get a lot, like if you wanted to do this for like an hour, especially as it seems now, because I'm doing a lot of damage. But when I started doing this, I wasn't quite as strong because I was obviously building up to be able to equip a lot of the Lumina that I already have equipped now. So obviously that makes a difference. But the fact is that like now, like Verso doesn't have to like I don't have to really do anything tricky with his skills or whatever to wipe out this little mini boss pack. I can just kind of like shoot them all and they just all die. Or if he happens to run out of AP before the boss dies, then one basic attack will finish it off. It's pretty simple. So I think 3 more attempts here should do it. Or was 3 after this? I don't know. I hate like subjecting people to this, mind you, but I mean, I realize a lot of people don't really care, but I realize it's not the most engaging content to watch me like just demolish the same fight over and over and just run back and forth and rest. But that's what I'm saying is like I feel like the developers should have put in an easier means of getting Lumina in the end game, so that if you want to do all the optional content, there's just like just straight up give me a vendor to buy it from, because you would still need to farm, like you'd have to farm chroma instead, like for your money. But if a vendor just had an infinite amount of Lumina at this stage of the game that you could just buy for like 1,000 a piece or whatever, you know, even make them more expensive, I don't care, then you could just be like, okay, cool, I'll just farm up like a handful of boss fights or whatever at whatever pace that I want, and then I'll just buy them in big stacks, and then you have like complete control over it. You don't have to worry about, you know, trying to get them in bundles, or there's no RNG to it or anything like that, aside from just how well the fights themselves go, I guess, in terms of managing your time. But yeah, it's, you know, either that or you just make it so the enemies drop more Lumina more in the end game, but I don't know. I get the argument for not doing that, because if you have too many enemies dropping them, especially if it's in like higher amounts, then you start having characters that are like extremely overloaded with Lumina, and then, you know, you become a little too powerful. But they already have the concession design of the you know, the little compromise thing via the challenges flag I just showed you, to kind of offset that. So even if you were getting extra Lumina and just made all of your characters really powerful, if you feel like you're getting too OP, you can just put a challenge on and immediately offset it. So there's kind of like no reason not to have all that extra Lumina just flowing in, just to make your characters feel like a little strong, because you can just kind of be as strong as you want to be at that point. You also don't have to spend the Lumina either, so there's really no downside to getting it. So I just don't quite know why they just sort of were so stingy with it at the end of the game. Like, yeah, there's big Lumina rewards here and there, but like, it's just, I just feel like more enemies in the very late game areas should give you Lumina as a reward instead of just some enemies. And also the Lumina pickups should not just be like one Lumina at a time. They should be bundles of Lumina. At the end of the day, we're still also just talking about like how well does the game kind of respect your time for things, and this is the only thing where it doesn't feel like, you know, your time is necessarily as well managed. If you're just wanting to do all of everything, it's hard to do it quickly unless you are just such an amazing pro that you can not only perfect parry every fight, but I mean, even that's its own thing, because you're still going to need a lot of Lumina to be strong, because even if you do perfect parry every single super hard boss in the game, your damage is still going to be really low, unless you have lots of Lumina to give yourself tons of really good skills and catalysts to upgrade your weapons and so on and so forth. Like, it all just kind of takes time. Just going to put it all on him, so he should be good. I didn't really think we were ever going to get him over 600, but here we are. So I'm going to put Energizing Parry back on. Not really too worried about the other unlearned ones. I might learn them in off stream later just for the hell of it, but shouldn't need them. Energy Master. So now with that, he also, I guess I didn't need to go quite that hard, because he doesn't need Energizing Start 2 now, because this will double. Oops, I keep pressing the wrong button to take things off. But we can put Confident on him. The point is I could have spent like 10 or, well, 5 each on the other characters, I guess, but it's not a big deal. Could do Charging Stun, Charging Burn. Charging Critical is always nice, actually. Especially since he should crit pretty frequently now. I could also just put the add Death's Door and Critical Moment back on him, technically, but I guess let's put charging critical on, and then that way we can switch them out if we need to. Okay, but he's all set. He's got his void damage, and he also has confident, which means he'll take less damage. Everybody else is fine enough, I guess. What do you have with the weapon that's highlighted here? Oh, the Dualiso one. I forgot about that. And Dualiso does so much less damage, but it's because not only is its base damage kind of low, but also the vitality and defense I'm not scaling with at all. But as good of a sword as Dualiso is, like, part of the reason I don't really favor it as much, especially at this point in the game, is that I already have other means of going twice in a row. So the play again after base attack thing is not that useful anymore. Unless you just aren't using those features. Okay, we're finally done with this. Sorry for the detour. We're just going to go back to the Flying Manor now and go do, I guess, the Clair fight, unless there's anything else ahead of it. But I need to run to the bathroom when we get there, because I forgot that I needed to go. Got so focused on everything else. But yeah, I do definitely appreciate that the game gives you the options that it does, at least. Like, you're definitely right about that. Like, it's helpful that they at least put in those like harder balancing options, because even though I'm playing it on expert, obviously the amount of time I've spent farming things up and just getting all the extra Lumina rewards, because I've done a fair bit of farming, but not quite as much as you'd think for having 600. Because like I said, there were also a lot of Lumina rewards from other things. But yeah, just getting as strong as I am, there's a lot of things here that obviously aren't very challenging anymore, but I still expect Clair to be really ridiculous, which is why I haven't bothered to like up the challenge at all. I also just I don't want this to take too long, because for my reasoning, part of the reason I want to be so strong and want the fights to feel as easy as they are, or at least just due to my power level easy, I don't want them to be pushovers necessarily. It's just that I have to think about the time of it as a streamer, because we've already been streaming for 2 hours and we're just now getting to Clair. You did it, you can go to her atelier now. But she might not recognize you, for her soul is long gone. Don't let her unpaint you. That's not what she would have wanted. Okay. Let me rest, just so we have like a save point here. Alright, I'm gonna quickly run to the restroom, guys. I will be right back, and then we'll go give this a shot. Yeah, it's the older sister, except it's not the real her, it's like the painted version, I guess. But I guess she's kind of like become lost. So anyway, quickly, BRB. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry for the wait, tried to be quick. Can think off the top of my head how replayable or bearable a bunch of games would be if they just let players directly adjust the difficulties by themselves that way. Yeah, I like it when games include like granular difficulty adjustment stuff like that. It's not just like what difficulty do you want to play on, but like how do you want this one mechanic to work? How about this mechanic? You know, stuff like that. It depends on how it's handled, but especially when you can adjust it mid-game like that, that's really nice. You can't really make it easier aside from just adjusting the overall difficulty, which you can still do. But this is just if you want to make it harder. A threatening aura emanates from beyond the door. Let's open it. You attempt to open the door. You push harder, the door shifts ever so slightly. The sensation of danger is magnified. Beyond the door lies a threat unlike anything you've felt before. Yes, open it. One last time. Yes. So be it. Door opens. Brace yourselves. I don't know if she is the hardest or if Simon's the hardest, but Simon's the one I always hear about being the hardest, so I don't know. I still expect to get my ass kicked.
Can't be.
Verso.
Even as strong as Verso is, I'm sure she's going to have like 1 billion health, and she's probably going to wipe us out really easily. So I'm going to have to learn how to parry her shit.
Clair. You're alive. What happened to her?
I bet Claire hated Maman's portrait of her, so she painted over her.
And now she paints Nevrons.
Yeah, I did learn in one of the things about like the white Nevrons that Clay is the reason why Nevrons exists. It's not due to the paintress, aka Aline. It's because of Clay.
Can you heal her? Can you change her back?
I can't repaint her. Claire's the only one skilled enough to paint over someone else's creation.
Like, I guess Gestrals and the Grandis and whatnot, humans, etc., are paintings from other people, Verso included. Like, Verso created the Gestrals, at least.
I don't like this.
The Axons, I guess, were created by Aline, but, well, Aline and, Renoir. So do we just have to, like, fight a bunch of bosses on top of her?
This is gonna be tough.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Careful, Verso.
Okay, well, we managed to live at least. Oh, she got a ton of healing out of that too, which is kind of insane. All right. She's weak to void damage. That's nice.
Last ditch effort. Get ready.
Oh, did I get eaten?
Good.
Yeah, that sucks. We've done a lot more damage to her than I'm expecting, but she could have a phase 2, so... I mean, we did a ton of damage. Like I said, I might still be overpowered. We can always reload if we want it, if it feels too easy. But with Luna eaten, that's gonna change things, so...
Finesse and precision.
Where's your resistance? And I can't bring her back or anything, so... I would like to do Striker. Even though it's not gonna be void damage. Yeah, I don't know if she's been wiped or not, but I can't break the... Like, there's no Burgeon for me to target, so maybe she's just gone. I don't know if I was supposed to be able to dodge or parry that somehow, but I couldn't really see what to do, so...
Bring it on.
I can't fucking see. It's actually too zoomed out and there's too much going on. He should get a revive though, so we're okay for the moment.
Witness your end.
Is that really it? Yeah, she just straight up wiped Luna from the battlefield. I was expecting a second phase. I mean, granted, we're OP, but yeah, I was really expecting a phase 2. I don't think Simon's going to be as much of a pushover, but we'll see. He has some crazy shit. On turn start, if no damage is taken last turn, recover 100% health. Yeah, that's okay. I don't really need that. That's alright. Like I said, I don't have all day, so
How
we'll
is she so
see.
strong?
Maybe she has like
She's
another
Claire's
fight or something.
creation.
Clair?
Is a little underwhelming, I suppose, but it's not the end of the world. Like I said, I do need to kind of be done with the game today, so I shouldn't really like spend too long trying to like just have the fights be harder anyway. But we'll see how Simon goes. 'Cause we still have like the endless tower we can do on top of that, which is like a whole thing, so. So, does that mean I've potentially gone a little too hard on the farming? Maybe, but I guess we'll see.
The white!
Or Verso. I don't know if he needed to die like as violently as possible here.
She's trying to find a way out.
But I guess like she's not dying very easily, so. I'll probably do like some New Game Plus with this stuff eventually. I don't know if it'll be something I stream or not, but I'm really curious to see what Gustav can do, because I think maybe you can access the whole map or something with Gustav in New Game Plus. Or, you know, after he dies canonically, you can get him back somehow, because I've seen, unless it's a mod, I've seen people apparently have like Gustav in the Simon fight and stuff like that. I'm assuming that's just something you can get via New Game Plus, like you can just have Gustav, because he has all these other skills that you don't get normally, that it would seem that you can only get in that way. Does this do something? Should just left a weird ring behind. I guess let's continue up and see what's up here though, because maybe there's, wait, no, that's where we came from. Never mind, just face me the other way. I guess that's it then, unless there's something back here, but nope. Well, okay. We overdid it a little bit. It was a little anticlimactic, but that's okay. We still have Simon. I don't really need the fights to be crazy difficult. I just want to do them. And I think giving her like an HP multiplier or limiting my damage wouldn't have really made the fight more fun necessarily. Would have just made it take longer. We should try talking to the fading boy though on our way out. Was there? Here? No. I can show you, there's still one more chromatic enemy in the Renoir's drafts that I have to fight too. I don't think it'll be that crazy difficult, but we'll see. It's one I was just kind of leaving alone for now. Have you laid her to rest? We did. Let's see. That's good for her. Sometimes being selfish is what's needed. I wish she would have listened to me. Then she wouldn't have to make this painting suffer. Painting or not, she had feelings and a soul. That's what I think, at least, but I know she thinks differently. For me, everything in this canvas is as much alive as what is outside. Esquier, the Gestrels, the Grandis, even Aline's paintings. I welcome them all. Painting should be a celebration. Just like music. Thank you for taking care of her. May not be much, but would you accept a gift from me? The garment we had designed together, I can only make one. Who should have it? Oh, right. So there's like a Clair outfit that you can give to one character. I guess I'll give it to... We could give it to CL just so that Luna has like her own sort of standout one with the danseuse thing. But we're going to probably have Luna in the party more, though. Unless we switch to CL if we feel like we need her double damage skill for Simon or something. I think we just give it to Luna. Take care of yourself and the paintings around you. Because we don't have to be rocking the Final Fantasy wardrobe for Verso either. We could have her wear that, and then Verso could switch to like the Renoir one. Not like the suit, but the actual vest one. There, now our core group looks kind of fancy. Sorta. I think she's fine with the real one, and then you don't really have like a good like fancy suit that matches. Like the Cyrene one is okay. You can just give her the skirt, I guess, but it's not the most fitting for her. I do like the baguette outfit, except for the baguette on the back. Like it's actually a pretty good look for her. We can probably get another outfit for her somewhere. The thing is, she's supposed to have... All of them are supposed to have a... I was looking at the outfits online. The civilian outfit, like, he has one. And she has one. And he has one. But Ciel and Luna, I think, were both supposed to get a civilian outfit when I chose the one ending for Mael, which is the one I did first, but neither of them got it as a reward, so I don't know why. Unless it like got taken away after reloading or something. I don't know, but that doesn't really make any sense. I'm really not too sure. Maybe I did reload after a certain point though. Because I'm not sure I just immediately did the ending again, because I think it would have required me to refight stuff. I think I reloaded, so maybe we did get the outfits rewarded. Otherwise, I would probably have her wearing her civilian one just so that it kind of matched. But let me just go with the skirt, I guess. There, now everyone's got just kind of nice normal clothes. Yeah, you can change haircuts too. The only problem is that I feel like I already have Mael's changed from her default. Her actual default hair is this one, and then once you get into Act 3 it switches to this. I forgot she has a white gesture one now, but I like the short white for her. I don't like most of Gustav's. We could make him bald. It's like how I make a lot of characters look when I do character creation, is bald with beard, like me. Not that I'm always 100% clean shaven. Sometimes I have a little bit of hair on my head, but I just feel like most of his hairstyles don't really look fitting for his character. The Renoir one is okay, but now he looks too much like Renoir. I think his standard one is just the one that makes the most sense. It's the most fitting for him. Luna... I've been keeping everyone's like character ones just because they feel like the fitting hairstyles, but we could go with something else for her. Sorry for the jet noise, by the way. French Bob. The problem with like the long hair ones is that they tend to kind of clip through certain outfits, which I don't really like. I kind of like her baguette one too with the sunglasses. Like I had the artist one on her for a while, but like the hair just gets crazy during certain cutscenes, so could go with like a French bob for a little bit. I ain't bald myself, but I can't exactly keep long hair since my scalp has some issues. I gotcha. I had long hair once upon a time, like when I was in my teens. I just kind of started letting my hair grow out when I was like 14 or so. And it got really, really long because I didn't cut it like really much at all for years and years, not until I was like 20 or 21, something like that. So I had hair pretty much down to my butt. But, you know, now that it's been thinning for the last several years, I just shave it. But it's not like thinned in such a way that like I can't let it grow out some. Like it still looks okay if I just keep it really short. You can probably hear that jet noise because I can fucking hear it like crazy, but we can go with the beret for her because the baguette one is less silly. But just so everybody else like has a different hairstyle, except for you. I don't like his Viking one that much. His bald one is ridiculous. I've seen a picture of it. It's basically kind of like this, except without even the braids on the side and stuff. So it's like his head is just a circle with a mask in front of it. But yeah, I'm using his default hair on this one because it shows up better in contrast with the black outfit. So yeah, well, the only person, I'll just leave his hair alone, I guess. Just keep it default. But I did kind of want to switch up everybody's at some point, so it's nice to do that, I guess. Yeah, I could give him like Gustav's hair or something, but I just feel like most of his haircuts just don't really seem as fitting for him. And even though this is what I would often do with character creation, I just don't, I'm too used to him with hair. It just feels weird for him to be bald. Okay. Everybody's looking fancy fresh. Let's get on out of here. Let me just use the flag to quickly reset. Because I don't think there's anything else we need here at this point. Okay. Mainly just prefer a near bald hair, especially since my country is so gosh dang hot and humid. Yeah, that's fair. I'm surprised I kept long hair as long as I did, honestly. Like, not that it was particularly bad in PA, but like we do get some humidity there. And that would be like really annoying sometimes with, and I had really like fine hair. I've always had really fine hair, so it would get like tangled really easily. Not necessarily frizzy, but it always just felt like kind of on the delicate side, I guess. More than I would have liked. But yeah, eventually one day I just got like really fed up with having super long hair, and I was just like, why do I keep this? It's time to shave it all off. All right, I went the wrong way. We're gonna go to Renoir's drafts. I'll show you some of the area that you guys didn't see previously, since I only showed off a little bit of the area before, because I've actually been through most of it now, collecting the stuff that's there. I just haven't like done the final chromatic fight, and the boss beyond it, which is in the abyss, which is Simon. And if we manage to defeat him, then we'll just go to the Endless Tower and probably have much easier shit to do there, but you know, we can just have fun with it, I guess. At least at the start it'll be easier. Should rest just to get my elixirs back. I actually had to go back into the game because I realized when I was watching Sammy's stream like last week, or no, it was this week, but I forget which day it was. Tuesday, I think she was playing this, and she had 5 chroma elixirs and I only had 4, and I was like, wait, I missed one somewhere. So I've already killed these guys on stream before, I think, but
Well, that's
they're definitely way easier than they were now. So I gotta remember how to get to where I need to go again. I don't think it was up that way. I think that's just for the one optional fight, which is just like 3 of those weird crawling dudes. I think we just go this way. My hair changes all the time. I get bored with it easily. I mean, that's fair. I think if you've got nice hair, you know, like, or, well, I don't even mean like naturally nice, but I mean like hair that is easily modifiable. Like you can work with it and it isn't like too ridiculously high maintenance just to like try to get it to look a way you want. I think that can be nice. But yeah, for me, my options kind of mostly went out the window as soon as my hair started thinning. Not that I really care, because I just kind of got tired of like hair in general on my head. So I was just like, you know what? I am happy to just embrace being bald. I don't really care about, you know, deciding to somehow get like some sort of chemical to put on my scalp or eventual hair treatments or a transplant or some shit like that. Like, I just don't give a shit. Like, don't get me wrong. It's nice to be lazy and you can just kind of let your hair grow out and then just cut it when you want. But it's not hard to just shave my head every, you know, like once a week or whatever, or twice a week if I want it to be especially smooth. It's more annoying that because I like to keep a beard, I can't just shave my whole head. I have to like just do my scalp on some days, and then like again once a week or maybe every other week depending on how it's looking, I'll trim my beard down, because I don't really like a big bushy beard. I like it to be pretty short. And maybe one day I'll go clean shaven again, but I just don't really, I'm too attached to having a beard. I've had one for so long. See right there, that guy dropped Illumina, but it's like random. It's just RNG, because I've killed this mob pack before, so it's not like they like regularly drop it. It just seems kind of like they just have a chance. But still, when they drop it, they drop like 1, and you got to do these like kind of admittedly harder fights, which obviously right now are no longer really hard for me. But like these could be faster at the very least. He got a free sniper upgrade, which is kind of crazy. Is he still wearing sniper? Probably not, but if he is, that might be cool. No, he was, but what did that become? A huge speed and crit up. But we probably want to just keep energizing shots equipped. How much? Sniper costs a lot though, so hold on. Energizing shots is only 10, so we could probably do that. Just take sniper off, because that's 15. Yeah, we can make that work, because the stats are just better. Better speed, better crit, by a little bit of better crit anyway. And then we just put energizing shots on. Since we now have like 15 points, we'll actually have an extra 5 to play with. So we could put At Death's Door on if we want. In case we end up at low HP, 50% more damage is nice. I thought he already had Aegis Revival on. I was pretty sure. Let me just put that back on, because I think I may have just not realized I took it off by accident or something. Because you definitely want a shield when you come back up. I also have shield affinity, so anytime I have a shield on me, I do extra damage, or at least it might be damage per shield even, but he has basic shield or whatever it's called. So he starts combat with 1 shield as long as the enemy doesn't go like before his turn anyway. He'll have it. Should have talked to this guy on stream. He kind of already like finished talking. She's changed. She no longer cares for the act of painting, only what her painting can achieve, and she will drive herself mad trying to paint what is unpaintable. Process that moves me, being able to shape and mold the composition helps me to understand and create order, to tame the chaos and create something unique to me. Creation requires the will to act, so every painting I make is proof that I have not surrendered to despair. So yeah, he's talking about a lean. I guess a lot of the stuff here is painted by him, by Renoir. Even though, again, like, he's not the original creator of the Nevrons.
Let's carve a path.
At least not the ones in this world. So many shots.
You're outmatched.
Just a casual 2.4 million in a single swing. That skill has like 4 or 5 more swings on it. Crazy. Alright, we're just gonna go past those guys. So there's more of the creation enemies down here. And then up above, there's like a chromatic one. Just gonna... I guess we can fight you, it's fine.
Ready to strike.
They actually get boss health bars, I didn't realize.
Cut him down.
You're gonna get some actual turns here, which is something, but... Shouldn't have done that. Actually, I should have done that, because holy shit. Get the absolute shit kicked out of you. I was going to do Endbringer, but I wasn't at a point where I could do it. So I was just like, well, I guess I'll just shoot him and see if I get him broken. But then I realized, it's like, wait, that's not going to work. And then I thought I screwed it up, but it was actually the better play to do that, because then I just ended up with, like, way more shots. So yeah, up here I'll show you after I kill these guys. Kept going and going. Sometimes, man, the RNG with what I have on, with the Energy Master and the free aim chance to get an extra AP, like if the RNG is on your side, he just keeps fucking going. So yeah, I beat this guy. He was kind of annoying to fight actually, but yeah, we already own all of these. We just don't necessarily own high level versions of them. But we don't really need them that much. But yeah, I bought the sword that I'm using, I bought from him. And we don't really need anything else from him. I just wanted to show you the guy. It's himself. He's probably the hardest merchant in the game, frankly. But it's just because it's him plus 2 enemies. I don't know why they do this whole thing of like, we're going to do this one-on-one combat. And then some of the Jestrals are like, just kidding. You've got like 2 extra guys with me to fight and they're really hard too. It's kind of silly as all. Wait, did I go the wrong way? It would appear that I did. There's like a different spot to go over here. Oh yeah, it's up this way. I do kind of worry about how I look, since I sort of think I look better with hair, especially since I'm now 30 and I've never had a girlfriend. I don't know, man. Like, the big thing, I get the way you feel. I think the important takeaway generally is just not to assume one thing or another just says anything about you specifically, or that's just like specifically your lot in life and you're just stuck with it. You know, like I feel like I'm in the same boat a lot of the time just because of where my life is at right now. I just don't feel like things are as stable as I'd like them to be. Life could be in a better position. The type of work that I do does not leave me time for a lot, and I just don't know if I'd even necessarily want to try. At least not to necessarily do a lot of dating. I could maybe live with a relationship itself, depending on what the stakes of that relationship are. And yeah, there's times when I feel a little bit resigned to it. Like, you know, I'm 36 and I'm just like, I don't know. Maybe that's just how it is for me, and that's okay. Like, I'm not really trying to let myself be too bothered by it, because I think the more you get like really focused on that kind of stuff, and it's easy to say, okay, believe me, like it's easy to get really in your feelings about it. But yeah, like, I don't know, man. I think it's good just to stay open about it if you can, and if there's things that you want to change, then I guess look for ways to change them, you know. But I don't think like you need to worry about like your hair, you know. Like, I'm not saying that looks aren't a factor or anything like that, but like it's better not to focus on like one individual flaw you believe you have, especially since a lot of people aren't going to see it as a flaw in the first place. You know, for me, I don't know if marriage or kids are even in the picture in the first place, regardless of the fact that I haven't dated anyone in a while, but I don't even know if I should be having kids, you know what I mean? Like, I'm only so good at even taking care of myself, you know. And like, I take care of other people in different ways, but I'm not currently responsible for a whole ass child, you know. It's like a different story, you know. We're talking about kids. But that doesn't really have to mean that it's necessarily guaranteed to be that way, you know. And I think 30 is also still just too young to be worrying about it. Like, and I'm saying that in a hypocritical way because I'm 36 and I worry about it. Like, my point is, it's fine. It's very human to worry about these things. Like, even as a man, you may not have the same biological clock issue that women do. I mean, men do sort of have one in a way, but not the same way. Like, a man can still, you know, have kids as an older guy, right? At least he's capable of the reproductive side of it. I mean, but it's more that, like, you know, the older we get, the harder it's gonna be to like have children, right? Marriage can happen anytime in your life, though. It doesn't have to be like a, you know, I settle down when I'm 25 and I have kids and then my life is all set for me, right? Like, sure, that is what most people want, you know, not specifically 25, but you're expecting, you know, like, you know, especially as you're young, you're assuming that as you get older, especially in your 20s or your 30s, that you're probably going to settle down with somebody and maybe have kids and try to, you know, build a life together. It's the usual presumed kind of dream fulfilled life everyone wants and is generally seeking. When it comes to men and women, we tend to kind of want a lot of the same things in that regard. You know, but some people it's not necessarily for them, and for other people, yeah, maybe it's not necessarily in the cards, but that doesn't mean that your life is just over either. And again, it's a hypocritical thing for me to say because I've certainly felt that way plenty in my life, you know. I've struggled with depression for a variety of reasons, I mean, but like that's certainly one of them. Like, it just literally at stages in my life where I was much too young to even be giving a shit about that kind of stuff, but just assuming that, like, just writing myself off, like, you know, it's just not in the cards for me here at fucking 20 years old or whatever, that I'm just not gonna find the right person to settle down with because, you know, because I'm too picky, but also who would specifically want me for all the things that are wrong with me, right? Especially since a lot of those things are not necessarily even things that are wrong with me. They're just my own things that make me unique and quirky or whatever, right? Doesn't mean that I don't have flaws and things that I could work on and improve, but we all do. But it's so easy for all of us to just be our own worst enemy in that regard. And I'm not saying this from a stance of I have life all figured out or anything. I struggle with shit all the time still, especially adult life. But you also can't contrast things anymore to the previous generations. Like, I don't care what country you live in, it's harder for everybody now. Especially compared to, you know, like the boomer generation. Like, I'm not saying they didn't have their own struggles. And I'm saying this more from an American perspective, but like far too many people, like Americans from that age category, that era, that generation, you know, they were kind of raised in a different time when there was a completely different subset of hardships and struggles to be going through. But when it came to just living, you know, having a job, having a stable income, finding someone to be with, settling down, all those things, owning land, or at least having a house or whatever, etc. Like, all those things were much easier to attain than they are now. These days, like, not only are the general kind of, I don't know, all the generalities of just like even getting any of those particular aspects in order are just far more difficult than they used to be, because the world is just such a different fucking place. Like, making money is harder because wealth is so hoarded. Stability is difficult. Friendship, social stuff in general is difficult. Relationships are difficult because we're all too fucking busy being online, and specifically like keeping our faces in phones and shit like that. And you know, there's been all these different social movements which are good for awareness, but not so good for the social dynamic of now everyone's keeping each other at arm's length because we're all too fucking afraid to interact with one another over one thing or another. Everybody's too afraid of being judged, or they are themselves way too judgmental and ready to write everybody off at the soonest thing, or the smallest thing. But yeah, like, everything's difficult, man. The point is, whether any of that makes you feel any better or not, I think the important thing to remember, even if you don't want to hear from just some random guy on the internet about what you should and shouldn't focus on, just remember at the very least that it's not just you. Because if you can take any solace in the fact that most people are actually struggling, especially our age, are actually struggling with the exact same shit, you might feel just a little bit better. Because it certainly helps me to know that there are other people out there. Not that I want other people to have the struggles that I have, but knowing that it's not just me doesn't make me feel like such a waste of skin piece of shit. Like, I just fucked up my life somehow. Like, everybody has the exact same fucking struggles these days. So if I waste my time comparing, and I still fucking do it, but if I waste my time comparing my life as it is now to my parents' lives or my parents' lives, wondering why the fuck I feel so far behind compared to them, or even some other people in my own generation who seem to have succeeded in all other respects, you know, why them, not me, right? I work really hard. I do all kinds of shit. I aspire to a lot, but there's so many things that just seem to fall short or don't go the way that I'm hoping they would as quickly as they would. And it all just feels like it takes so much time and so much effort. And then, you know, you just feel like you have minimal social support on top of that. Like, it's a lot, you know. But, you know, again, if it helps, just to remember that a lot of us, most of us, are dealing with the same shit, and if nothing else, we can all relate and talk to each other about it, because that helps, I think. Anyway. Sorry, I try not to get like too lost in a tangent over this, but thank you for the happy 4th of July. I'm not a super patriotic guy, especially these days when it comes to the US, but you know, still nice to celebrate, I guess. Sorry, let me catch up on the stuff you had said as well. Oops. I can't scroll up without tabbing out of the game. It's just harder to meet people nowadays if you don't like dating apps, unless you have a very active social life. Yeah, exactly. Like, and the thing is, like, to what Anna was saying, like, not only is it harder to meet people in general because of all the social stigma in general, but the problem there too is that even if you are on dating apps, like, it isn't to say that dating apps are purely trash, but so many of them are bad for dating now because they are very skewed in terms of like anything remotely realistic in terms of what people are looking for. They're looking for their ideal, and they're not finding their ideal because those ideals have already met with other people, and they're kind of, being very picky, not, again, just judging people off of like a very minute little profile. And of course, that's not even like mentioning like the hookup apps and shit like that. But the problem is just that dating apps are hard to use. So even if you're trying to use that shit, it's just not great. And then, yeah, as a guy, you've got plenty of quote unquote girls trying to scam you depending on what you're at. Like bot scammers are on fucking every social site, dating or otherwise. Do look here at how there actually were some girls who were into me, and I just missed the hints. Yeah, in the past. Yeah. I mean, again, I'll be honest with you, man. That's it's kind of an average thing for a guy, like, especially if you have had any issues with your self-esteem at all, it can be very easy to just not read the signs. Men tend to be a lot more direct about that sort of stuff. We either will approach you or not approach you, especially these days. It's probably more than not approaching because men are frankly just a little too checked out and or otherwise afraid to, because they're worried about any other sort of social movement thing that's going to immediately have them labeled in a bad way just for trying to approach somebody. But the problem is that women, when it comes to these kind of things, women prioritize safety, which is what they should be doing. But then they're also extremely subtle about it when they want to kind of give you those hints. So, which just flies over the heads of most dudes, because we just don't get it. And it's not because we're unattuned or anything or completely oblivious. It's just that the hints are way too fucking subtle or even counterintuitive at times for you to realize that you were being hinted at in the first place, rather than just like, oh, a woman made eye contact with me. Okay. Does that mean something? Maybe. But if I go say hi to that person, did she just happen to glance my way and now I'm just being kind of a creep for like us reading into that too much, like it happens. But I also feel like, a lot of like very run-of-the-mill public interactions like that, especially if you're in some sort of like very public gathering space, like a bar. Like, bars are not good places to meet people. I mean, they could be okay places to meet people, but not really for like a relationship. You know what I mean? So you shouldn't really be intending to meet someone in those kinds of social situations anyway. Generally speaking, like, it's nice when you can kind of build a rapport with somebody and then kind of see where you can go from there. It doesn't mean that you should, put yourself in a quote unquote friend zone sort of situation of, we'll see if we develop feelings for one another or if they develop feelings for me in return because I'm secretly harboring feelings. Like, you should, if you want anything at all with somebody, you should tell them how you feel early on, because the last thing you want to do is, ruin a potential friendship that you've had for a while because you just sort of sat on those feelings. And yeah, that is something that far too many men do for sure, but women too. There are women in that situation as well. Some of us are pretty direct, but it's not the norm for sure. Yeah, it just depends. Like, there's plenty of direct women, but the thing is, even there, guys are so, they're just genuinely not really expecting communication like that from women or anyone really. Guys, we're kind of adrift a lot of the time in life, not really receiving the same sort of social interactions that most women do. And I'm not saying that it's a thing for all women or all men. I'm kind of generalizing here. But the thing is, like, when it comes to that sort of attention, men are just completely unsure of what to do a lot of the time, unless they happen to be like that one guy who just is approached a lot of the time. Because most men just don't deal with that sort of thing, so they don't know how to deal with it when it happens, because they're not expecting women to be direct with them. And they're not really reading into it when they should be, because again, a lot of the time they're just assuming that, oh, this woman's being direct with me, but she probably meant something else. because she's going to think that I'm a weirdo if I read into that, when really she could be practically beating him over the head with like, hey, I'm really into you, like fucking point blank, and he'll just be like, she's being sarcastic, right? She doesn't really mean that. Because he's not used to it. You know, he's going to assume that it'll make him the weirdo, the bad guy in the situation. Not that there needs to be one. If he reads it the wrong way, because nobody approaches him that way, you know. So when someone finally does, he's just not going to know how to handle it, and is just going to assume that you're not actually interested. You know, because it's stupid, but that's just kind of how it is. Like, men are just not really generally approached, so when it does happen, it's like we just have no fucking, we immediately lose our bearings. Because it's just like, what? In the past decade, I was just, I'm not ready and all that, but now I'm, oh crap, I might be too late. It's not too late. I mean, you know, I got a good 6 years on you. I think more than 6 years by a little bit. You know, don't get me wrong. There are times when I feel that way, but I know I could still meet someone and have a life with somebody if I really wanted to. And it's not that I don't want to, but I'm not actively like looking either. The main thing for me is like, if it happens organically, that's fine. I'm not going to fight it. I would welcome it even at this point, but I'm not, it would depend, obviously. Like, I would have to find somebody that I'm compatible with, and I'm not really in a position where I'm like actively seeking anybody out, because I'm at home most of the time, working, streaming, whatever, trying to do too much other shit with my life, just to at least get my life into a position where I feel like things are kind of going the way I'd like them to go. And it's hard. Like, it's hard to get to a point now with the way everything seems kind of stacked against all of us, not just me, to like feel like life can actually get to a point where it's stable. Settling down later in life is pretty normal nowadays. Well, yeah, and that's what I'm saying, is like, it's not good to compare ourselves to earlier generations or people who are just kind of lucky or rush into stuff in our generation, because it's just no longer really all that realistic to settle down with somebody and have kids at the age of like 25 or younger. It happens still for some people, but it's happening way less, because most of us are too busy trying to keep food on our stomachs and a roof over our head, or to hope to have some sort of stability in the next handful of years to bother having any sort of relationship goals, because there's just no fucking time for it, let alone have kids. You know, we all hope, of course, but yeah, unfortunately the world is a little bit screwed up right now, so it's kind of hard, you know. Anyway, sorry, let me
cut him down. End of the line.
there we go. Yeah. Anyway, I guess all in all, the point is just, you don't have to take it all from me or anything like that. Like, but that's just kind of my 2 cents on it, I guess. Like, I think that's just sort of the way things are now, and it's better if you don't focus too hard on the things that we might see as shortcomings, because frankly, it's kind of what everyone's dealing with, or at least most people, at which point it's also pretty relatable in that regard. Anyway, we're supposed to go that way, but I didn't kill that chromatic creation yet, I don't think. Did I go like completely the wrong way to get there? I don't remember where the fuck he was. I thought he was on this side of things, but maybe, oh yeah, he's way over there that way. Maybe, I guess he was just in the other direction from like this weird rafter thing up here. I just gotta go back up there. through here. Yes, okay. Then we'll go back in the other direction. Scared of the partner I end up with might not tolerate me knowing how I am. Well, I mean, I think that if tolerance in that regard is likely to go in that direction, you're probably not going to be, like, particularly partnered for long, but I wouldn't worry too much about it. It's gonna be a thing that either works out or it doesn't. That's just kind of how it goes for everybody. I do suppose I should consider myself fortunate for just having a roof to live under. Yeah, exactly, for sure. One thing I found out about that social stuff is that children are kind of sort of handle it better. From my job, I've seen 2 children went from bickering and fighting to joking and being friends again in the span of 10 seconds. Yeah, I mean, I do wish more adults could be like that, but it's hard to say. Like, obviously children don't have the same concerns that adults do. Okay, well, it just didn't let me attack again, so we're not going to get the first strike, probably.
Let's carve a path.
Oh, we still did. That's good.
Cut him down.
Ready to evade.
Okay, really didn't know what the timing with that attack was. I've fought creations before and I've never seen that.
Finesse and precision.
I feel like at this point Mael is best for just countering. She doesn't really get much damage out there with skills anymore.
Let the ink flow.
Okay, that canceled one of her turns, but that's alright.
Let's carve a path.
Let's just do this.
Witness your end.
Sick. That one hit did 1.7 million. I would love to see one of those like stun attacks actually just get to go fully off with him, because they would do so much damage. Like, it would just be insane. Alright, sick. Now it is time to go to the Abyss and fight the real fight. When I got there the first time, like before I started doing a lot of farming, I just happened to find myself there and was like, oh, this is where Simon is. Hopefully it replays the cutscene when we get to him. I'm pretty sure it will, but not 100% sure. But it didn't seem like the damage I was doing was too bad, so we might have like too much damage for him, but I suspect he has multiple health bars. The fight in general is really hard because you still have to kind of be sort of perfect, because he is one of those enemies that, like Clair, he can just delete somebody from the combat. In fact, he can do it multiple times, so he can cause you to lose the fight simply by hitting all 3 people with it. And the thing is, it's not just let me perfect parry this bad attack or whatever. Like, if you die, he'll do it to you when you're dead. Like, that's the thing, is he like erases people when they die, which is pretty hard to deal with. It's not necessarily like a guaranteed thing, but I'm pretty sure he just generally does it, so. All right, here we go. I think this is for the last journal entry that I need to. I'm pretty sure I have all the other ones. They do normally say something here that I don't think they'll say now, which is just like, I sense something extremely powerful up ahead. We should maybe turn back. So because I was here once already, they won't say it now, but it should be okay. I think we should still get the cutscene, I hope. His falling animation is way too stiff here. So he just starts sort of like shaking in midair. I don't know why. I'm doing a dance. Okay, here we go.
These swords. They look like the ones in old Lumiere.
Ah, so he's the one who felled the Axon. Simon.
You know him?
He's an old friend of mine. We joined Expedition Zero together. He disappeared and I thought... Looks like you met Clair. I'll lay you to rest, my friend.
Let's dance.
Okay. Right, he steals your health, which is kind of annoying, but I forget what all it does to him, but air damage is good. Comparatively so, anyway. I don't think anyone was shielded, so that's fine. I jumped! Fuck. I should get my revive, I hope.
Let's
Okay,
go
good.
again.
I tried to dodge that, but
Nice. Ready to go.
I parried way too early. She should auto revive, I think.
Merci.
And now people are gonna start getting erased if they go down again.
Let's spill some ink.
A storm is coming.
If we kill him too early, I might redo the fight. Like if this is just one bar, but I think he might have another bar.
Feeling better. Feel the burn.
I think I'll improvise. Witness your end.
Phase 2? Fight 2? That can't actually be it, right?
My love. These
Yeah, no, there's
foes
more. There's
are
definitely more.
beneath
Right?
You. You
It gave me a
fought
GG
heaven
screen,
and earth and subdued giants
which makes me wonder if you have to fight him again
to
if you
find
lose to this next bit, because it
to
didn't immediately
free
go
you
into
from
another
her
fight.
grasp. Would you fall now to the likes of them? While your oath remains unfulfilled, rise. Your enemies await.
His sword got bigger. Just saying. Okay, so it does put us immediately in the fight, which kind of sucks a bit. Okay, so he has like swing, 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 swing. It's fucking Pontiff all of a sudden. Yeah, I don't know if you can dodge that. I tried, but didn't really seem like it.
This and precision. Not
Yeah, he's
looking
got the
good.
Moonlight Greatsword. Okay, Mael is only tickling him, so a shield.
Brace yourself.
Can't believe I fucking parried that. Okay, we have a chance.
I've lived through worse.
I think we have to go for a breaker, maybe. I keep calling it the wrong name, Striker.
Witness your end.
Okay, he did break. That's good. Unfortunately, that's all for his turn, but he still gets to do this automatically.
I'll do it.
Fuck. That was a little too early.
Don't die next time.
Let's keep going.
I should have done Terra Quake, but I don't know how much good it's gonna do. The soundtrack is popping off. I'm pretty sure since it went straight into this fight that if we lose this, we have to do both fights again. But that's okay. Alright, just do this. Wow, we do way less damage. That's not good. Because I should have done it when I was at rank S, but also I'm no longer inverted.
Take cover.
Okay.
Oh, fuck you. I thought he was done. He like has a significant pause in the middle of that combo. Okay, we can revive. Thankfully, he didn't get to do an immediate removal.
Let's finish this.
Still need your help.
Jesus Christ.
Careful now.
I would love to resurrect Luna, but I don't know if I'm gonna get the chance.
Let's have
Timing just sort of sucks here because I wanna do Endbringer, but I kind of just can't because I need to break him. I wish I could get another turn, or you know, just shoot for a million years. I guess is fine too.
Witness your end.
At least that does a lot of damage. No, he still got to do this anyway. Fuck. Oh, goodbye. He was stunned. I think that's bullshit that he can do that when he's stunned.
Yes, so done.
What? How? I don't know why the follow-up parries didn't work. Man. Alright, well. We GG'd there. That's such bullshit. I hate that that's a feint. He like spins around before he actually attacks. Yeah, we got screwed. I think it's bullshit that he can attack, or that he can do the auto remove dead when he's stunned. Like, that's literally what stun is supposed to prevent, is bullshit. But I guess we just get the bullshit regardless. I'm tempted to put CL in just to try to get... It's weird that she wasn't at full HP. Not that it really matters. I'm tempted to recoat CL, give her a ton of speed, because we don't really need Luna in the fight as much as I mean, we don't need Luna or Mael, if I'm perfectly honest. Mael just has really nice counters, but I'm gonna suck at countering in this because he's so... his attacks are just kind of all over the fucking place. But we could give CL the Fortune's Fury and make Verso do double damage for a turn. It's just gonna be hard to, like, do both. I don't know who we should even bother trying to take out. Let's put CL in, I guess, over Mael. In which case we should upgrade one of her weapons. I think her current weapon does void damage. We'll give it a shot anyway. Man, I really don't want to have to do a recode because now I'm going to have to figure out all of her fucking shit again. But that's what I'm going to do. I mean, realistically, the only thing that matters is Fortune's Fury, so we don't really have to worry too much about it. Good enough. Now we need to assign her skills appropriately. Most particularly Fortune's Fury, which costs 5. So if she can get a turn, she can do it like right away, but we need her to like go first. Maybe if we just put first strike on her, I don't know if that'll matter or not. The rest of this doesn't really matter too much. We can put Grim Harvest back on, and Sealed Fate is the other good one. Yeah, that's fine. I don't think her stats are going to matter too much. We don't really care about her damage, really, if I'm honest. We just want to make sure she has enough AP to start so she can do Focus or Fortune's Fury right off the bat. So she has Energizing Start 1 and 2. We want her to have Energizing Turn. But she should have Painted Power already. Yes. Yeah. So yeah, the main thing is just AP. So she has 1, 2... that she starts with. I think she should have 4 by default, because I think most people do, so that should give her enough for the start. That's really all we really need, I think. I mean, obviously I would love for her to have cheater and all that kind of shit too, but we just can't really afford it. This is just a test thing anyway, so whatever, just throw that on, I guess. Now we gotta augment her speed to be really high, or at least give her first strike or something. Speed. What has good speed? Quick break. Sworn like we had something with like a much higher amount of speed on it. I guess sniper, but he's already using that. That's being used already. I guess just put shortcut on for now, but that's still just, he's still way faster. Maybe we just need to try to put first strike on. I'm not sure if that'll work. But we should just give it a try, I guess. So how much does that cost? It is 10 by itself. That's not too bad. I'm not really too worried about her damage and everything, so we can kind of just get rid of like something here. That puts her kind of where she needs to be. I guess we'll just get rid of... God damn it, I keep doing that. Alright, first strike. We'll see if that's enough. I don't know that it will be, but we'll give it a try.
Ready.
Okay, she did go, and she does have enough AP, so that's good. We just need him to not die.
Bring it on.
Fuck. God damn it. Of course.
Careful now.
I think we just reset that, because I think that might ruin his buff. I don't know for sure if he's under the effect of it or not, but I feel like he's not, so... Alright, hold on. Just restart. That last like couple of attacks just come out at such a weird time for that combo. It's not very easy to read.
Good. I feel better. Show me what you can do. I'll do it. Okay. Feeling better.
I parried that. Come on.
Take cover.
Let's carve a path.
All right. Definitely way better.
You're out, man.
It might be better to do Endbringer right away, but getting that down to 1 round is still really sick, even though it wasn't the greatest.
Well, well.
Okay, so we try that again and hope for the best here.
Show me what you can do.
Fuck that attack, man. Of course you would choose him, too. We'll keep trying here for a minute. We'll just see how it goes.
Lune, attention.
I don't understand the attack timing of this combo. Like, it's so It feels like I'm hitting it right in time, but it's just so late every time. Yeah, well, we have to redo this now. He does it to everyone too. It's not just one person. Let's get on with it. I would pause if it would let me. Unfortunately, it doesn't let you interrupt things in this game. I just need it to not fucking kill Verso right off the bat, you know, because if we can at least get a good starting turn, we have like a really high chance of succeeding with this particular strategy. But like he keeps specifically targeting Verso. I just keep getting really unlucky. Now, obviously, if my whole party had first strike on, I think they would go before he can go, but then I would also need CL to have way more speed than Verso, which would mean, like, I could still do that, but I would need to adjust all of their shit a lot, which I just kind of don't want to do. I parried that, bro. What the fuck are you on about? I feel like, I don't know if it's a controller thing. It's just something with this game, but like the parry timings are so weird in this game sometimes. All right, hold on. Let's just try this. All right, no, I definitely, oh, and I fucked it up. I definitely should have attacked first because, yeah, okay, hold on. I keep forgetting that I really need to get him up to rank S before we do Endbringer anyway, because it just does so much more damage then. So even with the double damage, it just isn't worth trying to immediately do Endbringer without scaling him up some first if we can. I don't know, parrying in this game sometimes is really weird, because it just feels inconsistent at times.
Take your shots.
Like, I clearly, she did the parry animation right as it was about to hit him. I don't understand how that could have been any more perfect. But it's like you just have to be way later than it looks. Like when it would hit you, or like every game that does a parry mechanic, it's always do the parry right before it's about to hit you, which is what I do, but somehow that just isn't good enough. It's like you have to do it later than that, which just doesn't make any fucking sense. So yeah, unfortunately, I don't think... The downside is, like, we want the buff to happen when he's already at rank S, and he can immediately unload with something even bigger. But, yeah, it doesn't go very well. Because, like, it just makes his shots way stronger, and his first turn is stronger, but I can't do Endbringer, and because it's all going to be in the same... or on a different turn. Which kind of sucks. Like anytime when we get lucky and we just get like a ton of AP in the midst of all that at the same time, like that's great. Yeah, that's so bullshit, dude. I don't think he should be allowed to do that if he's stunned. I think that's actually lame as hell.
Careful now.
Yep, okay. I would love to just have my turn again, please, so I can fucking restart the fight.
Let's keep going.
Squad definitely is an OP for this one somehow. Well, they're OP, but they're just not overpowered for him specifically, like, because he's kind of bullshit, but
Well.
but yeah, unfortunately, it's just that part of the issue with this strategy is that I can't really effectively use it without also still... Like, I have to make sure I perfectly parry everything he does.
Oh, well.
You know, that's big. At least for turn one, anyway.
Let's have some fun.
I think that might be the issue with games that are so reliant on parry sometimes. Yeah, and don't get me wrong, it's not like I can't dodge, but the thing is that the dodge window is not much better, so I can still very easily fuck it up and get one shot. And parrying is just so much more worth it when it works, because not only do you get AP for it, I mean, you can get AP for dodging with the Dodger Lumina, which only costs 1, so it's useful to have. The problem is that you don't get counters off of dodges. And counters can make up for a lot of your DPS, so I hate it when games break its own rules. Some enemies get special treatment, goes against its own rules. Well, yeah, it's the thing is, like, it's an auto turn feature that he gets, so it's not so much breaking its rule when it comes to the stun thing. I just think that it shouldn't allow him to do that when he's stunned, because it just feels kind of cheap is all. So it's not so much that it's breaking the rule, but it's just kind of a bad way to do that mechanic, because it just means that your only way to get out of losing characters permanently in this fight is to specifically waste their turn reviving someone, or else, you know, that's just it.
Show me what you can do.
Oh well.
Like, I'm genuinely trying to dodge this shit even, but there's just not even enough time to dodge. Like, that attack is actually so bad. Like, you just can't dodge it. You have to parry it. Well, goodbye to her, I guess.
Oh well.
Fuck this stupid combo, dude. He's so all over the place with it. God damn. He's just gonna get another auto turn, right? Well, of course for this, but I mean, because he gets another turn after this, he's gonna, gonna immediately delete Verso. It's such an annoying mechanic, man, because all I can do in this fight, regardless of how overpowered I am, is just be perfect. Like, that's it. There's no skill gap. You just have to be as good as the best person that plays this, basically. Because if you die at all, you're just fucked. Like, you just can't. I don't know if the double damage strat is worth it. It's so hard for me to actually get a good turn to work on it. It's still, like, good, so I don't see, like, any reason to not keep trying it.
Good.
But the only other adjustment that makes sense to do is to give first strike on everybody, so that we all get to go before him. Parried that. I also parried that. What the fuck?
Ready to evade.
It's so inconsistent, man. Just let me at least fucking quit the goddamn fight.
You can do better.
I wish that this pause at least worked instead of wasting my time. But you can only do it when it's your turn, which is just another design thing I'm just not fond of. Just let me fucking pause the game. Like, this boss is supposed to be crazy difficult, don't get me wrong. It just kind of sucks that the fight demands that you make 0 mistakes, basically. Or else he just runs away with it.
Ready to evade.
I'm parrying, bro. Why is it so inconsistent with the timing? Like, I'm glad it was her at least, but it just still sucks so bad.
I think I'll improvise. End of the line.
Feel better.
I thought she had a breaking attack. I guess not.
Just try it.
I parried that.
Don't die next time.
This is the other issue, is that I need those auto revives for the following
Danger.
shit. I didn't even know he could do this combo on the first one.
I'm back.
Okay. There's not really any point in me doing much here, except I guess, well, no, I can't heal Verso. He's incapable of being healed, unfortunately. still only the round one. Like,
Come improvise.
there we go. Like, it was salvageable, and the next battle is a new battle, so we should get our revives back, but like our auto revives, I mean. So getting there at least is something, but it's just sometimes it's a little crazy just even trying to get there.
Show me what you can do.
Come on, game.
I'm ready.
You can do better.
René, attention. Let's keep going.
When do you parry that? I don't.
I'm back.
So fucking annoying. It's just his attacks are just full-on bullshit anime. There's no point in continuing, so just let her die. Like, I don't know why he's getting that shit on turn 1 now. The first time we did the fight went so much better because he didn't immediately pull out his biggest bullshit moves on turn 1, so we actually got somewhere. The only other thing I can do to make this at all easier, quote unquote, is to give everyone first strike, but then I also, because then they should go before him, so I at least get my first round of turns immediately. I think it's probably worth doing. The downside is I can't, unless I give CL way more speed, like if I find a way to just give her way more speed, she's not going to get to go first. The only reason she's going first now is because she's the only one with first strike equipped. How much does first strike cost again? It's 10, I think. What did I put on? It was charging critical. We don't necessarily need that. Or maybe just get rid of charging counter. I keep fucking doing that. Stop. For her. Okay. Now everybody has it, but the problem is he's still going to go first. So I need to either change what she has in terms of speed or stats or whatever, or find a way to give... I guess I can give her something other than full strength that just also has a lot of speed that somebody else doesn't have. Because that might put her ahead. Charging burn. Okay, she has the highest now, so I think that should work. Let's see. I don't really care about the rest of her stats, so we don't really care too much there. Although it would be good, would have been good, I suppose, for her to have the basic attack breaks things as well. I should probably put that on her. Okay, he still got to go first for some reason. I don't know why. But at least the whole party got to go first.
Cut him down.
What is your Skybreak? I don't think I've ever actually seen this. Okay, well, I don't think it carries over to the next battle, so we might as well just do that. We still need CL to go first. I don't know why she's not. She has the highest speed, but for some reason, maybe it's because she's not, she might not have auto rush on. I think that's what's doing it, because I think he's getting higher speed from that. So it's the only other thing we need to change. But it's good that we get first turn at least, so we can actually get somewhere. Because look at how much health he has. Like, we have so much work we have to put in just to get anywhere. We can't just keep fucking dying on turn 1 before we've even done anything.
Let the ink flow.
Another thing I should do is probably give her
Softness of earth. A storm is coming.
base lance or whatever, just to have something that can maybe slow him. I don't know that it'll do much, but it might help. Just to get Verso another turn quicker.
Feel the burn. Show me what you can do.
I don't
Bring it
have
on.
much hope for this here. We're gonna see what happens.
Look
And while
out.
you're alive. Fuck this attack, dude. It's so dumb. Like, the timing is just crazy. Any of the, like, light speed attacks that enemies do in this game are just so fucking obnoxious.
Disaster expedition, eh?
Because they're genuinely so hard to actually do anything about. I think I have to waste one of your turns, unfortunately. In which case, we should not do that. We should build you back up to S, which is at least something we can do.
Witness your end. Let's carve a path.
And then we have to waste time doing this, which is the worst thing, because we really don't want to be doing that with him at all.
Lunez, attention.
Okay, she got one shot, so... I forgot about the follow-up sword. Alright, well, she's just gone. We'll continue this for a moment, but it's probably not going to happen.
Okay.
I parried both of those. What the fuck? Let me guess. Auto turn.
Let's carve a path.
No, okay.
Sorry, I failed.
Man, I could have... Alright, well, whatever.
Witness your end.
So much potential. The tightness of earth. A storm is coming. Feel the burn.
Bring it on.
We don't even just have shields to steal. Why do you still get them?
Get ready.
It's just, that attack is so crazy. It's just so hard to read anything coming from it.
I won't lose again. Danger!
so difficult to read, man. It's just, when the sword is bigger than the fucking screen, it actually makes it really fucking hard to read. Well, okay. Bye to her. I parried that. 100% I parried that. Why does that keep dropping on me? Fuck. We had a chance, but the game just fucking said no. Like I'm doing, it's like parry, 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 parry. It's the exact same rhythm, but sometimes it just doesn't fucking work. I don't know why. All right, hold on. We gotta change some shit. What all do you have? Ice Lance is probably what you want to put on. I don't think you have anything else that slows, except for maybe Crippling Tsunami, I suppose. We'll just Ice Lance. Over. Hell. And we need to make sure that CL has Auto Rush or something. Do you have any Luminous Men? We do. Let's just put those all on CL. Okay, that'll help. Hello? She has Auto Shell. And, well, she doesn't need Auto Regen, so I don't even need to really do that, but put Auto Rush on, and then I guess we can do like Powerful on. Oh no, we want the breaking attack on her too, just so she has the option. Wait, she does have it. Why didn't it work before? I guess maybe because her damage is so low. Whatever, just do that then. And I mean, I'd really love to have Second Chance on her because she's the only person who can't just auto revive. It costs a lot. It's like 40. We could get rid of some shit that she doesn't necessarily need because her damage is so shitty. Like Auto Shell is pointless. Don't do this again. Auto Shell is pointless because she's going to get one shot anyway. Aegis Revival doesn't help because he steals shields anyway. Dead Energy's not helping anything right now. We definitely don't need recovery. So she still just doesn't have enough. We need to get rid of like 8 more. I mean, your shit doesn't matter. Painted Power I'd at least like to keep, but yeah, okay, good enough. Just so that she doesn't instantly get wiped from the battlefield at the wrong time, she has at least one chance to get revived automatically. It's something at least. Okay, now in theory with that, I think she should still go first now so we can buff Verso and actually maybe one round to this guy. Possibly. On the first fight, which would be good at the very least just to get back to phase 2 more quickly. Why are you going first? It doesn't make any sense. God, okay. There's one other thing we can do. And that's remove you, then put you in and do this. Because he's got 30-50, she's got 30-64. I did put Auto Rush on you, right? Wait, does he have the thing for better rush or anything? I don't think he does, but... It's like greater rush, I think. What the fuck? Yeah, he doesn't have greater rush on. I don't know why it's causing him to go first, but like maybe by changing their addition order it'll help, because that's usually how it works with other first strike shit. It's just that I thought that the Pictos worked differently. There we go. Okay.
Show me what you can do.
You're outmatched. Maximum damage.
I guess we just do Endbringer. It's not quite how we should do this, but I can't break him anyway.
End of the line.
I mean, that works. So this is the ideal setup that we want for at least the first combat, because we just want to get through it quickly so we can get back to this one as fast as possible.
Do me in.
Let's carve a path. Maximum damage.
And then I guess we just Endbringer again.
End of the line.
Just get as much damage out there as we can. So we did like over 5 million damage to him, I think, between his 2 turns, and he's only a little under a quarter of the way to dead. It's just fucking hard, man. He's got so much HP. Like, there's ways we could probably make Verso even stronger, but it's just kind of crazy. We could also make other characters even stronger, not just Verso, but I don't want to have to farm everybody up. Mind you, we may not finish this today. I may end up finishing him off stream. I'd like to finish him on stream, but, you know, I'm not going to, like, keep trying to stream the game over and over again just to get the kill. As much as I would like to. There's just too much other shit that I need to do. Okay. Now give me an Ice Lance. Okay, it does affect the turn order a little bit, so that's useful.
Take your shot.
He only gets 1 move here, which is something.
Not today. Okay. Let's keep going.
I swear to God, I'm pressing the fucking button, man. Every fucking time I hear the sound cue, but it's just so fast. There's just genuinely no time to react to it at all.
Show me what you can do.
Time to
He's
end.
no longer inverted, which sucks, but is what it is.
Witness your head.
Okay, that's huge. He's not at 9, though. Come on. I'm trying to work him back up to 9, but he just won't get there, so... I guess we just base attack as much as I would like to. If we had been able to do an Endbringer there, it would have made so much difference. That sucks really, really bad. At least he should skip a turn, I think. Like, he'll get one of his auto turn things, but I think it'll then be CL's turn again. So we need to base attack. So he's at least in a good position.
Not today.
More auto turn. Okay. But she has no AP. Of course. So she can't buff him, which blows. There's really not much I can do here. I can apply powerless, defenseless, and slow, but I don't think that's going to help a lot in this instance.
Bring it on.
I swear, dude, this combo is just the worst fucking thing that exists.
Chroma's flowing.
Okay, we can still salvage this for the moment.
Here.
He's no longer slowed, so we need to do an Ice Lance.
Maximum
I
damage.
should have burned him. Well, no. We had to do the revive on the first turn, so we didn't really have a choice there.
Witness your end. Ready to strike.
And I wish it was a little bit more likely for me to get another striker out there quickly. We could try a sabotage, but it can't break, so it doesn't really matter.
Careful now.
Dodge CL.
What do I do? What? When was I? You're fucking joking, game. I didn't expect to win that time, but like, did he really need a bullshit, like an actual extreme bullshit attack? Like just a haha I win attack? Like, are you fucking serious? Like, how am I supposed to know when to do anything about that? Like, you're just sitting there waiting, like, do I dodge now? Do I dodge now? Do I dodge now? Like, it's super zoomed out. You can't fucking see anything, and then you just have to listen to a sound cue that could go off at any time. Great fucking design.
Show me what you can do.
Yeah, what we got there. I wanted to do Endbringer, but it's kind of in a bad spot. I was just trying to see if I could break him first, but it was kind of unnecessary. Okay.
Show me what you can do.
Let's carve a path.
Kind of a crappy first turn. We didn't really get much bonus AP there.
End of the line.
Let the ink flow. Ice shatter.
I kind of want to give somebody extra AP here. Maybe we just give it to CL so she can buff again. I don't know how well it's gonna work, honestly.
Get ready.
Should have done some shots there first.
Eyes up, Verso.
I don't know why the combo keeps dropping right there. It's like the timing changes, but it doesn't really, which is what's confusing.
Let's finish this.
Alright, well that sucks because now he's not at S anymore. Just save your AP and just do this.
Let's have some fun. Witness your head.
I just wish he would start at 9, because it just really kind of sucks that he's not. There we go. That's huge. God, look at that damage.
Brace
Insane.
yourselves.
Okay, we still just have to do this, even though it's probably not going to pay off for us.
Dodge CL.
Okay, nice. Actually kind of okay damage coming in from you.
No margin for error.
And I need to remember that Verso is buffed. He's not gonna probably gonna do Endbringer, but I might have her throw another energy tint his way, so he's got plenty, because Endbringer would still do a lot of damage if we just do it. But we need to make him slow again, so...
No margin for error.
I've lived through worse.
Okay, so we are gonna just do Endbringer here, I think. Because we're not gonna be able to break him with Striker. It's not gonna be enough. We could do Striker after for a big hit of damage.
I'll manage.
It's not very helpful.
Try me. Take cover.
What? I 100% what is the timing, bro? Man, that's so stupid. Like, we had a good chance, but... And I was waiting for the sound cue, the animation, everything, but he just... The fucking I win button is so absurd. Like, the only thing you can do about it, I'm pretty sure, is dodge. But I just couldn't. Like, I pressed the button when it went off and everything, but it just wasn't good enough, I guess. And if you're somehow supposed to kill him faster than he can do it or something, like it's a timer, then I just can't do this now, because we have to be... You literally have to be absurdly overpowered to kill him any faster than I'm killing him. But I don't think it's like an enrage timer thing. I think you just have to dodge it. It's just really fucking stupidly timed. Because they just couldn't fucking help themselves put something even more bullshit into the fight. It's fucking lame as hell, dude.
Let's carve a path. End of the line.
At least we had a good round one. But like, even getting to that point is such a struggle, only for it to just fucking insta-kill you is so dumb, dude. Like, I just think that's such a bad fucking mechanic to put into the game. Like, I just don't know why you would even include that.
Let's carve a path.
We did Endbringer last time. It does a lot of damage, but it doesn't really help a lot. We're probably just better off doing this right now. Since he's not buffed. I don't know. I could be wrong, but...
Good. Ice shatter. danger.
I still just don't understand the fucking timing on that attack at all. It's just so crazy. It's just so hard to see. Like, he's just so spinny. There's just a giant fucking white light streaking across the goddamn screen. Okay, we're gonna want you to save your AP so you can buff him in the future, hopefully.
Let's have some fun.
Now he's in a really good spot for some stuff here, so
End of the line.
Careful, Verso. Show me what you can do.
Bring it on.
Let's push forward. Ice shut.
I think we have him.
Let's push forward.
We got really lucky that the slow put Verso in front of him. So we might be, with the buff that's on him, we might be okay, but we're gonna put an AP thing on him for sure.
Last ditch effort.
All right. I don't know if I should do Endbringer instead, but I think we're fine.
Witness your end.
There we go. We just had to get lucky, but I really wanted to learn how to do his stupid bullshit attack. I just don't understand what the timing is. It's so tight for it to just be an instant delete your whole party move. So I had a good strategy. We just had to kind of get a little lucky to get the right sort of turn order there. And for him to not target Verso with like a move that I'm bad at parrying. So there was definitely some good RNG there. So I don't feel like I mastered the fight or anything. Certainly not by a long shot. But at least we did it on stream. But yeah, I do feel like him deleting people from the fight is already bad enough. Him having a straight up bullshit I win attack that has ridiculously tight timing that you like have to dodge perfectly or something. If you even can dodge it, I'm assuming you can. Because I'm not sure why they would put something in that that just lets you not win the fight. Unless the only way to win is to do this exactly like what I just did. Like you just have to get lucky and out DPS him, or else you just lose automatically. But that doesn't seem right. I don't think they would have done anything quite that bad. It's pretty bad. But we got there. Samosa. I could go for some samosas. Samosa. Oh, it's already max level. Vitality, agility, so not the greatest of scaling, but an ethereal sword deals light damage on any damage dealt with skills. Oh, so it's like his moonlight thing. Anytime I do a skill, a second sword hits also with that skill, as long as it's any skill. Well, that's kind of cool. It just does light damage, but that seems kind of sick though. 20% chance to apply burn on dealing light damage. Can't die if at least rank A. That's insanely strong. I just wanted to see what it looks like. That's pretty cool. Unfortunately, I mean, I could respec him and just go vitality, agility instead of agility luck, and he'll be fine. Because we don't really need the Noserim one. Like, the extra free aim damage is really nice, but obviously this seems like really, really strong. especially for the inability to die if you're at least at rank A, which, considering how quick it is to get there even without the extra free aim perfection, like, that seems pretty crazy. I wouldn't be surprised if interacting with that sword lets you re-challenge the fight or something, so I'm gonna do this first.
Simon. More and more of my mind is fading away. I must put my words down on paper before I lose myself entirely. My beautiful Clair. What did she do to you? That paintress. She fooled me. She looked so much like you, and I believed her story. She granted me the power to fell the axons and enter the monolith. I realized too late that she had warped my mind. That she had in fact taken you away. Locked you somewhere I could never reach. And set me on a path to destroy your future. But then I met Aline, who showed me that I could save you. With her help, I descended to the bottom of the monolith, where Aline had sealed him away. The one who brings the Gamache. The one who threatens our very existence. But his powers are strong, and I'm finding it harder and harder to fight his influence over my mind.
Yeah.
My mind is breaking. My final thoughts are only a few. I despair. But one day, our suffering will end, and we will find our way back to each other. In this life, or another.
So again, just to kind of reiterate, actually, let me catch up on chat first. This does remind me of Persona 3 Secret Boss. If you resist the boss elemental back to attack too bad, the Secret Boss will do what's basically an ION attack. Yeah, I hate that shit. Insanely strong reward for insanely strong boss, I suppose. Yeah, I just wish that I had been better at the fight. Some of his attacks are so hard to learn. And on expert mode, I don't even know if it would matter much if you were doing this on, like, normal. If you were doing it on story, or whatever the easiest difficulty is, I'm sure it would make more of a difference. But his attacks are so crazy powerful on this difficulty that... And I do wonder, like, if you were playing this on, like, the story difficulty or whatever, if he even has, like, the I win attack. He probably still does, but... Does Simon have a real-world equivalent? I don't think so. I think what he's saying here, it's that Simon met the painted Clea and fell in love with her, during his expedition. But at some point in time, he ran into the real Clea, who did not have the same love for him because she's not from here or anything like that. But she tricked him at some point, later also sealing away or, trapping the painted Clea where we fought her and painting over her, all that kind of shit, leaving her in kind of a tortured existence, unfortunately. Simon wanted to try to save her, from what it sounds like, and he met Aline. Aline is the paintress, quote-unquote. And, just to reiterate what I was saying before, Aline, the paintress, is not responsible for the gamage that happens every year. She's actually trying to keep the painting going. It's Renoir who's doing it, the real Renoir, not the painted one. Because when he entered the painting, she entered the painting here because she was kind of obsessed with trying to hold on to whatever little piece of Verso, her son, that she could. She entered this painted world that they created, to try to kind of, interact with this remaining piece of his soul. Even though, like, she wasn't specifically trying to interact with, like, the painted version of Verso, because she knows that's not the real him. The real fragment of his soul is, like, the fading boy. It's the one kind of painting the outside of the painting itself, like the in-between space is what's left of Verso there. So she's trying to kind of stay here for as long as possible, and the monolith is like a warning. She basically, like, Renoir came in after not because he's truly a bad guy, but he just wants to save his family. He wants to bring them back together. and he doesn't really care about the cost of these kind of painted people's lives and stuff, even though they are kind of real people. They're also creations in this painting. And his goal was simply to erase everything, effectively to gamage them, as a means of forcing Aline to come back out of the painting so that she would not kind of kill herself just, you know, staying in this painting forever. And that's why, like, in the Verso ending, if you choose the Verso ending, like, everything does eventually get sort of erased, but it does cause the Desandra family to kind of come back together at the end, and to mourn Verso. What makes me wonder, or the thing I wonder the most, if that ends up being the canon ending, is, are they going to make a sequel to this at some point, and will it have anything to do with the Writers Guild? You know, the kind of potential sort of true villains in the outer background world. Because in the outer world, the real Clair is off fighting her own war with the writers, who are also responsible for apparently manipulating Alicia / Mael in the real world, and somehow that resulted in the fire starting at their manor and causing the death of Verso, because the real Verso he sacrificed himself to save Alicia, even though she got really badly burned in the process. But they're this whole other, like, faction that we've only heard minor tidbits about. We don't know anything about them. And it seems to me like they would be an interesting thing to explore if they ever make a sequel to this. But that also means that if they do treat, like, the Verso ending as canon, then if we did another game like this, it would have to exist probably in a different world or in the outer world itself, possibly different dimensions and altogether. Who knows? So yeah, when Simon here with Expedition Zero fell in love with Clair, you know, and then she got trapped by the real one. She went to the monolith mainly because Clair tried to trick him into killing Aline, I think. And also, like, she kind of wants to stop Aline and Renoir. Like, she wants her parents out of the painting too. So she's kind of on Renoir's side. Because she wants to focus on fighting the war outside. So she tricked Simon by pretending she was the Clair he fell in love with, and convinced, you know, gave him the ability to kind of go to the monolith to hopefully defeat Aline. You know, he realized sometime after that, you know, because at this point all he cared about was saving his version of Clair, the painted one. He realized that it was all a trick, but Aline tried to give him the means to sink to the depths here, the abyss, to fight Renoir while he was trapped, hoping to, you know, cause him to end the gamage so that at the very least he might at some point be able to save Clair. But he got stuck down here as well. And I think the assumption is that Renoir, even though we saw, like, this sort of fragmented version of him in the form of the curator who can't even talk, like, that's just his influence that he's extending outside of the abyss. But Renoir, up until the point that we defeat Aline in Act 2, Renoir is actually trapped down here. You know, and the only bit of his influence that he can get out, I think, is the curator, up until the point where she's defeated, and then he's able to get out again. And that's why, because she's no longer there to hold him back, the huge gamage happens at the end of Act 2, and everybody dies. Because, again, Renoir is just trying to end things. Anyway, so hopefully that all kind of makes sense. I didn't seem to get an achievement for getting this, so I don't know. Am I missing another one? I mean, it says we have all of these, but there could be, like, another, like, quote-unquote unknown one or something I missed somewhere, because those ones just sort of show up in your list. They don't show up as, like, unhighlighted, I think. Oh, no, there we go. What are you doing? Okay, she was, like, just stretching. Okay, hold on. Before I interact with that sorted, because I just want to see, like, if it's like a refight this boss thing. I don't actually want to do it. I just... Please save first. Anyway, I don't know. I'm going to put her back in the group for now, but I'm not sure if I want to, Remains of Simon's Chroma. Do you wish to fight Simon again? Fuck no. Not now. Maybe when I'm even more overpowered, if I feel like it sometime. All right, well, we don't have tons of time left, but instead of just me ending the stream, I'm going to go back to the continent. And we'll go check out the Endless Tower quick with the group that we have now. And I suppose I should try to give Mael the first strike thing, just since I might as well keep that on everybody. But it costs 10, so I need to get rid of something that costs 5 on her, unless we have Lumina to spend, which we might. Hold on, I haven't visited camp in a while. I'm just curious if anything happens at this point. Probably not, but maybe she'll have something to say, or somebody will. Yeah, we got 50 for doing that, so that's cool. For now, just do that. Spend the rest later. I just want to get the first strike on her as well, so that she's not behind anyone else. Yeah, that fight is also, like, a little bit counter to, like, some of Verso's stuff. I could have taken his, like, base shield off. What's it? Yeah, base shield. Because it says, if you don't have any shields on at the start of your turn, you gain one. It wasn't entirely counter, because there were times when I would have the shield. But the reason I have this is not for his defense. I have it because I also have shield affinity. Down here somewhere. Right here. Which gives me 30% extra damage when I have shields. But the problem is that, you know, obviously the boss kept taking them away at every opportunity. So there were probably some times when I was getting the bonus damage, and then other times when I just couldn't really. I think Persona 3's secret boss might still be one of the most annoyingly restrictive bosses I've ever experienced. Yeah, I just feel like, you know, there's nothing wrong with making, like, some particularly challenging RPG boss fights. Like, I don't mind Simon as a whole. Like, yeah, I suck at parrying his attacks more than, like, anybody else's in the entire game, but to be fair, his attacks are meant to be, like, crazy. However, I don't think he needed a fucking I win attack. That's a little much. Even the individual deletions are kind of crazy, but that's one thing. You know, you just got to get good at the fight. But having an attack where it's just like, if you don't stop me before I do this, or if you don't perfectly dodge this, you just completely lose the entire fight and have to do 2 fights all over again. That to me is dumb. I don't like shit like that in games. It just feels like such a giant waste of time for no reason. Just to be like, doesn't that make him hard? Don't you like hard bosses? Ha 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 ha. It's like, well, sure, but like you could just make him do a lot of damage and give me the chance to parry shit like normal. Like he doesn't need to have an attack that if I screw up pressing one button in the wrong timing that I just instantly lose and have to try all over again. That's dumb. Anyway, it would make sense for me to switch to Simoso, which would also mean doing a recoat for his stats, but I'm going to hold off on it for the moment because I want to see what the tower is like. Is it worth...
Is there anyone special you'd want Mael to bring back? You've been around for 100 years. Anyone you miss?
Yeah. One person, and all the expeditioners I traveled with. It'd be nice to tell them we made it.
Yes.
And to explain things I never got a chance to explain.
Of course, the ending didn't exactly go that way. Since Verso ultimately didn't even really want her to bring anyone back, he decided that he wanted to end
What will you do when
things.
this is all over? I'm having trouble imagining you living a normal life in Lumiere.
Yeah. I'm not sure I can live in a city anymore. I don't know. What about you?
Well, since we mere mortals can't leave this canvas, Mael has kindly offered to paint the outside world for me. So I can see.
Do you mean...
A painting inside this painting.
Yeah. You miss Noko, don't you?
Indeed. Life is more colourful with Noko by my side.
Maybe we could stop by the Gestural village for a little bit. We need more supplies anyway.
Does remind me, I never tried the new Night Rain boss yet lately, the Everdark Moth or whatever. Yeah, I did it the other day. I've only had the one attempt at it, which I did succeed, but it was just a solo fight with Wilder. It's a little crazy, but like not. I don't know if it's really hard or anything. It's just sort of. I mean, it's difficult, especially for like solo when you don't really know. You don't really have people to break up targeting with. But more that I feel that like melee or just like slower characters in general that don't have tons of mobility are probably going to struggle a little bit in that one, depending on how things go. Ranged characters might fare a little bit more easily, but even that I'm not too sure about. But I thought it was interesting. I don't know which of the three I like the best yet. Maybe the Everdark Darkdrift Knight, the horsey. Because I mean, I don't know, like there's things to like about all of them. They're all cinematic, and so they're all really cool, but they all also have kind of annoying mechanics about them at the same time, so it's hard to say.
That would be lovely.
But I don't dislike any of them. I'm just not sure which one I like the most. The horseman, yeah. The centaur.
Let's explore under the ocean.
Aren't you scared of what we'll find there?
The stones of the sea are my friends too.
Okay, just talk to my L really quick.
No poetry lately.
I'm not really inspired these days.
Let's see if SKA has more of that wine you like. Maybe that'll help.
Okay. Get one more chance to write in the journal, I guess. Mayo finds a spot where she can write. Not that it matters, but she spends some time writing the journal. It's on his memory. She writes about everything the painters, only in Renoir, so no matter what happens, the truth will be written somewhere. She is sure that when she brings the apprentices back, they will want to read the story. I feel like that might have happened already. Maybe it's just because I did a rest and reload earlier that it changed that. But okay, let's quickly just go to the Endless Tower since that's pretty much all that's left, I think. And we'll just check that out. Because I don't know if I've left any chromatic enemies anywhere. There's things I can still do technically, but mostly it's like repeats of things now. Like I could go back to the Sunless Cliffs or whatever and fight the mime with everybody, but like the special mime. But that would just unlock a bald haircut for everybody, which would be fun, don't get me wrong, but... And there's some enemies I need to kill with Minoko, some of which I'll have to do at the Endless Tower, actually. But yeah, I feel like I've done everything else. I could be mistaken and missing something, because this map is extremely dense and it's really easy to miss things. But... I am not too worried about it at this point. I'll give it a try if my interest rises. Been struggling to keep my interest in a game ever since beating it. Oh, in the game. Sorry. Is there something off to the side here? No. Interesting that we get like a little entrance portal here. I don't know, I feel like they really should have added stuff like some more permanent upgrades you can get for the characters or something to progress with. I mean, they might when they add DLC or something.
Who
Who knows?
used to paint and create.
Yeah.
A proper challenge.
Like, it doesn't seem like they wanted to go with like a true, or that they wanted it to be kind of like a true rogue-like and not really have like rogue-lite elements so much where you're upgrading a lot in between runs. But they do still have the relic system, so there is still sort of a sense of being able to get a little stronger or curate your runs a little bit. And now with the addition of like being able to purchase shifting earth events and stuff, like there's that too. But I do think that there just needs to be more to the game in general. But they have DLC planned, and they've been, even though they said this game wasn't really going to be live service, they've been doing a lot more live service things with it than they originally seemed to indicate. So who knows? My biggest hope really is that with the DLC, we not only get like new bosses and enemies, because that's going to happen, but I hope that we get more map elements, maybe even a whole other map that we can optionally choose, or multiple maps, more shifting earth events on all of said maps. Maybe even a multi-shifting earth thing would be kind of cool if you could go to more than one in a run. Obviously more new enemies. They can pull stuff from the DLC for Elden Ring's DLC, which I think they will do. Most importantly in that regard is not just that they pull enemies, but I really hope they pull weapons and spells from the DLC, because I really want to be able to play with the fucking backhand blades and light greatswords and shit like that, right? Like even the yeah, just any of that shit. And of course, you know, maybe some more Nightfarers, but only if those Nightfarers feel like they're strong, you know? Like, I don't want them to be so hero classy that it's all anybody ever plays, but I would like more good efficacy characters that don't feel like the Executor feels right now. Because, frankly, don't get me wrong, katanas are great, Rivers of Blood, etc., all great. The Executor is not inherently just bad, but even the bird, the fucking guardian, kind of has his usefulness in certain scenarios, even though he's kind of bad, especially for damage. Like, they should buff the guardian's stats, in my opinion. But the Executor, like, he's basically just useful from a katana standpoint. Like, his skill is kind of really not, it's really it really just conflicts with the gameplay. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, even in solo, you're just going to be really slow using it, and it doesn't really give you enough damage output. If they just buffed the way his skill works, like particularly the Cursed Sword attack, where if it worked kind of like the Euphoria from the DLC, so that the more you parry with it, the stronger the big attack you can do with it gets, up to a point, right? Like, not just continued scaling, but like, you parry a few times successfully, you get buff level 1. You parry a handful more times after that, you get buff level 2. A few more times after that, you get buff level 3. So buff level 1 works the same way with the sword. You just get that big swoopy slash that just does some additional holy damage and pretty good stance damage, right? But level 2, maybe it's like an extended blade situation. It has like a bigger range, bigger sweep, a little bit more damage, not tons, but more. And then level 3, it's like a mini Golden Order greatsword sort of situation, where the sword now not only has like an even bigger ranging sweep to it, you know, because the sword like extends, but it also sends out a little bit of a wave of gold sort of thing. Not quite from the Golden Order greatsword amount, like it doesn't need to be this huge golden wave, but something that can like hit a group of enemies more consistently, does a lot of damage, maybe is especially effective if it can multi-hit like big targets. That would make his skill way more useful and not feel as much like a huge DPS drop off just when you decide to sit there and parry, because his attack would suddenly actually be worth doing when you've parried a bunch. The rest of the time, his attack is only really kind of good or useful for just building up stance break, and that's about it. And honestly, you're better off just attacking, you know, with his katanas and shit. And then his ult, while not useless or anything, and, you know, does have at least some relic augmentation capability, in and of itself, his ult is kind of really one of the worst. I hate to say it because it's cool, but it puts him in a vulnerable position after transforming. The heal is useful and stuff, don't get me wrong, but the damage output, the stance damage itself, and all that stuff that it does, it's not good enough, and it puts him in too vulnerable a position in certain encounters that if you use it, you're just likely to die, which is not a good thing for an ult. So it just kind of reduces his overall skill kit, or his overall kit, down to very little effectiveness. And stat-wise and all that kind of stuff, he's still really good. He's really good as a bleed character because of his higher arcane, and therefore this just makes him really good with katanas and shit. But outside of that, you're better off playing like literally any other character for their other abilities and usefulness, with the exception of maybe like the Duchess. The Duchess has like the really good dodge, and you know, her restage damage is pretty good, especially when you get, you know, for both solo and in groups, you get like to repeat the group damage, or if you're in solo, you can repeat like procs from like status effects and stuff. Like you can have a frostbite or a bleed happen twice, you know, for it's only like half of the damage, but still it's a lot. but her ult is borderline useless, you know, because, you know, it's not only are there other ways to gain the invisibility effect, but the ults, all the ults have iframes, which is nice for that, but then just going invisible it just has like the niche usage of like, oh, my friends are down and I need the boss to not target me while I resurrect them, or, you know, smack them around a bunch to get them back on their feet. The ult's good for that. Outside of that, it's pretty much not good. In solo, like, you can kind of make some use of it, but it just doesn't last long enough for it to really be good in that regard. So it's definitely the weakest ult in the game. Like, definitely worse than the Executors, but at least... But even there, like, the Executors is only a little bit better. And as characters go, the Executor is the one with the biggest, most dire need of a rework. Or at least some buffs. The Bird definitely needs some buffs too, but mostly just a stat buff so that his damage isn't so piss poor. Because from a tanky perspective, like, he's fine, and being able to bring your teammates back up, he's fine, and he has good relic augmentation options. He just needs better damage, because his damage output is crazy low. The best part going for him is he has his ults heal and crowd control as his starting weapon, being really strong when you have certain relics. Yeah, exactly. But that's what I mean is, like, every character is relic dependent to a degree, but he's like one of the most relic dependent, because without relics, he's very generic and not particularly as good outside of just being good at, like, getting bleed on enemies, you know. So from like a level 1 build standpoint, he can be good for getting bleeds, but that's about it. But yeah, Duchess has a really good skill, at least. She can even do it while being grabbed. Yeah. Restage is really nice. I wouldn't say it's the best skill in the game necessarily, but it's arguably one of the best. I still think the Iron Eyes might be the best skill. The you know, wounding dagger thingy, whatever the fuck it's called. Just because it has so many, like, so much efficacy in terms of, like, both solo and group usage. Like, not only is it like a extremely powerful dodge, and it does good damage, and it applies a weak point, and it gives you, like, extra mobility. It's so useful on so many levels for just the character, but it's also great for the group. And on top of the fact that the not only do you do extra damage to the marked targets, but once the wound has taken enough damage, it causes the target to stagger as well, which is huge. So I think skills wise, his is probably the best one in the game, with Restage maybe being second, or possibly Wilder's grappling hook. Wilder's grappling hook is less useful in groups, but the grappling hook is just such a good skill for both mobility and for some crowd control shit, especially with, like, the follow-up attack thingy. Like, those are really good. Iron Eye is frankly just a very clear, like, if you're gonna rank them, Iron Eye is very clearly one of the, like, S rank characters, because his skill, like, his overall kit is just incredibly good, and being able to use a bow to better effectiveness than any other character. Like, you can just rely on using bows if you want, and you're better off doing it, of course. You can use other weapons with him, it's just that bows are usually going to be your bread and butter. But because you can use them so effectively, you can easily stay at a pretty safe distance as well, which just makes him one of the best for solo. But he's also amazing in a group, so there's no real downside to having an Iron Eye. His only drawback is that he's a little squishy, and that's really it. And it's just not even really that big of a downside. Just don't get hit for it, you know. Anyway, Alicia, I must say you've surprised me. I didn't expect you and your friends to succeed. And I certainly didn't expect the doppelganger to pull you into his schemes. He was supposed to keep an eye on you, not recruit you. So this must be a fading visage of Clair, I think. But you did well. All that's left is for Renoir to clean up the canvas. How can you let him erase the canvas? Don't be emotional, you know this is necessary, and spare me that drivel of how much this canvas means to you. I've spent far more time here than you. I painted half this world with Verso. We went on adventures here while you sat reading in your room. It was perfectly fine leaving Mama here to work out her sorrows, and if you insist on staying too, well, that's your choice. But Renoir will not stand for it, and I need him to help me with the real conflict outside, not waste more of his time in here. Enough. I grow tired repeating myself. Renoir will do what he needs to, or what needs to be done. Why don't we have some fun instead? Can use some fun. Good, I'll show you what you missed out on all those years hiding in your room. It's a game Verso and I used to play. I've sketched some figures, doodles, really. I believe your friends call them Nevrons. It's a creative name, I like it. Verso and I named this challenge the Gauntlet. Survive them all and I'll show you a true drawing. Come on, Alicia, have some fun. The gauntlet lies within this canvas. Don't worry, death in there isn't final. Every canvas has its own rules, and I find death a boring outcome. Don't you? So there's multiple canvases, I guess, is the idea. Quickly looking around to see if there's any items before we get started. I'm assuming... Yeah, maybe these are... Maybe we can enter these too, but I think they might just be locked for now. Anyway, let's just start down here. Good luck trying to resurrect a teammate with 3 whole bars during the invisibility duration. Yeah. Still remember that time we co-opted to beat the boss and I still had 6 flasks with him at the end. Whoever gets a chance to drink. Yeah, you do have to be careful, like, not spamming too much, I guess. Stage 1, trial 1. Okay. This goes up to at least 3 stages, I think, and maybe 11 trials per. I'm not sure how many it is. Obviously starting off pretty simple. Still good rewards for that, though. I should probably put Monoko in the party just because there's some stuff in here that I know we're gonna want. I should probably also attend to his, stuff in that regard, his Lumina and all that, but let's just continue for the moment. Yeah, there were 3 canvases, I think, so probably 3 stages. At least you get good Lumina for doing this. I wonder if you repeat them, if you get more Lumina or not. Probably not. Still nice. Boss.
Let's carve a path.
Not that it matters. Oh no, these are stage 2 immediately, okay.
Let's carve a path.
That looked really weird. The way like the screen came back. That something was happening.
Ready to strike. Bring it on.
So he's one of those ones that gets an auto turn when they die. There's certain enemies that get like self-destruct things. Yo, Brett. How are you?
Cut him down.
Huh, I did not have Energizing Rush before. Your Verso's going nuts. Yeah, we're extremely strong at this point. He has 620 Lumina. I have him very buffed at this point. I just beat Simon, by the way. It took some doing, even with the buff Verso. But yeah, Clea and Simon are both dead. So this is like the last thing I'm doing today. I'll never beat Simon. I hate the fight. It took a bit, like we got to the second phase, right? Or the second health bar, etc. First phase, not a huge deal. I suck at parrying his attacks though. And then I got him down a ways, like finally, and then I realized like, oh, he has just like an instant I win attack if you don't immediately dodge it, which I didn't even figure out how to do. I lost it twice to that, and then on the third time I got him back to that point, I just happened to get kind of lucky in the turn order, and I was able to beat him before he could try doing it again. So, mind you, that makes it sound like I didn't have to fight him for a while. I was there for a while. It was a very difficult fight. But yeah, I've got so much Lumina on him. I did farm a bit, but not as much as you would think. It was just to get like a ton of Lumina here, but like there were so many other Lumina rewards that I didn't actually end up having to farm that much. But I definitely did some. And I probably took off a couple of things I should put back on, but I don't remember what I took off, and I don't think we need to worry about it right now. But yeah, I've done basically everything in the game at this point, I think, except this. Okay, this menu is being weird. There we go. The instant canvas BS is garbage. I hate that design overall. I definitely really dislike that attack. The whole, like, deleting a character thing is one thing. Like, it's bad, but, like... But more specifically, just the one where that just, like, wipes your entire party instant KO. Just seems like bullshit to me. Like, I just don't like that as a design choice in the first place, but... Finished my work for the weekend, only took 4 hours and 20 minutes. Nice.
Let's carve a path. End of the line.
How did you figure this build out? I just looked at all the Lumina I had and, or the different shit that I had in general. And mostly it was just kind of like, well, I have a lot of things that increase damage by a percentage, so I'll just try to stack all of them on Verso. And I found the sword that I'm using right now, it's not necessarily the best. I did reconfigure his stats, so he's maxed out on luck and agility, and his might is pretty high. No serum I found in Renoir's drafts from the one like merchant you have to beat there, and it just makes his free aim shots even better. But yeah, I have so many things that make his free aim shots like so good. If the RNG is on my side, he will sometimes, like on a 20% chance, get an extra AP back on a shot from what's the one called? I forget. Is it just energizing shot maybe, or no? Oh yeah, there it is. Energizing shots. This thing is crazy on him because with this on top of energy master, which makes every AP gain, it goes up by 1. Energizing powerful. I have so many things that give him bonus energy, but this thing, if it works, yeah, sniper's great. If this works, then he just gets 2 AP anytime it procs. And I already have a couple other things, like if I mark something, it gives him energy, I think. There's just a bunch of shit. So anytime he gets like a thing that, would happen to proc like from this, he just gets a bunch of AP back. So I mostly just go starting off with like a ton of free aim shots. And if I happen to stun something, which was difficult for Simon, the way I ultimately beat Simon was still by having Verso be as strong as possible, but then I put CL in the party, and gave her as much speed as I could plus first strike. And then I was just using this, Fortune's Fury, so that I would make her go first, and then everybody had first strike, so we would always get to go first. But then I would make her double Verso's damage. Now on turn 1, it's not very good because he doesn't have any perfection yet, but it's still double damage while he's building the perfection. And then if I got a second chance to do this in the rest of the fight and it happened to kind of line up well, especially with like a Endbringer while the boss was stunned or something like that, then Verso just does an insane amount of damage. Now, I have heard people doing way more damage than I can currently do. I can do like several million damage in a turn with him sometimes, but I've heard of people somehow doing like billions of damage in this game with like the right setup. Apparently with Luna, I heard someone was able to do like 1 billion damage from, I guess it was like with, is it Scaverim? Which is what I have, but yeah, so this 50% chance to generate a dark stain when consuming stain, so it deals 50% more damage with skills per active dark stain. Base attacks can consume 1 dark stain to deal 200% more damage. With 4 stains active, any skill can consume them to deal 300% more damage. So if you manage to get 4 dark stains on her, and you have all those like same kind of buff things, even more so if you have like CL doing the Fortune's Fury on her, and then you do like one of her like big gradient attacks or something, it'll consume those 4 stains and do like triple the damage on top of all the other damage boosts she gets. And I guess that's how you can do like 1 billion fucking damage, which is crazy to me, but stage 4. Okay, so there's definitely more than just 3 stages. I'm not sure how long this goes for. I'm not gonna like stream forever today, but I did say that I would probably go a little late at least. You can see how that like works sometimes, where like he just gets so many shots because the energizing shots thing just keeps proccing if I get lucky. Like I've had turns where he just like seems to never stop shooting until he eventually does, or the thing just dies, you know, which is crazy because there's no like cap on it. Thankfully, you can just get really lucky and just fucking destroy shit. Nearing 4 a.m. for me. I'm gonna go to bed. Thanks for the stream. Hey, no worries. I hope you get some good sleep. Hopefully we can do some Helldivers soon. Maybe some Night Rain too. It goes for the both of you. But yeah, hopefully we'll be able to do some stuff here soonish. Like I said, around the 9th or 10th, I have some family showing up. So around that whole week and stuff, I may be a bit busy, but I'm hoping to be able to at least be able to stream a little bit. But after they have kind of come and gone, then hopefully my schedule will be back sort of to a good point. I'll still be busy, but hopefully we can arrange for some stuff at least.
Cut him down. Let's carve a path.
Giving me a lot of bosses now, which is cool, I guess. Apparently you get some cosmetic shit from this too. So I'm seeing some haircuts and stuff. I wonder if like you fight Simon again or some shit at the top of the tower. That would be kind of crazy. I don't want to fight him again, if I'm honest. Yeah, I have like all the combo attack things on him, and you know, the breaking attack so that my base attack can break the target. Anything that charges gradient I try to put on them. I don't think I have every gradient thing on him, but most of them I do. so that he can kind of go back and forth between just shooting a bunch, doing big grading attacks, especially Striker, since it does so much break damage. And then when I can, I just do Endbringer. What? I don't think I've ever seen this enemy before, like the one with the candle. I wonder if I missed one somewhere. Either that or I killed it really fast in the game. I was hoping maybe we could like shoot the flame. Like I know that it's a greatsword cultist. Well, where it was. I just don't remember seeing one with a candle for a head. Not a bright man when it comes to RPGs. Frankly, like, I don't think this build is that hard to put together. I kind of looked into the whole Verso machine gun thing, if I'm honest, but mostly all I looked for was stuff that increases your damage. And then looked for synergies that like do that. Like I have shield affinity and base shield on for him because base shield just gives you a free shield at the start of your turn if you don't have one, which doesn't seem very good because I don't really care about the defense part. But shield affinity increases your damage by 30% anytime you have shields on. So I was just like, okay, well, that's more damage, you know, anything like that, right? It just helps. Also, hey, Robin. Happy Pew Pew Day. Yes. Happy 4th to my fellow American celebrators, for anyone actually celebrating and stuff. I don't feel like there's a lot to celebrate in America these days, but you know, it's nice to get together with family and stuff on the 4th regardless. Barbecue some shit, see some fireworks maybe. I'm not really a big fireworks guy if I'm honest, but they can still be fun from time to time. My damage setup is Mael. I've done 16 million with her, and nice. Yeah, my Mael is definitely nowhere near that strong. She has really strong counters, but but yeah, I don't have her really quite that buffed up at all. Really, I just have Verso buffed up at this point. 2 bosses. Maybe should have done that differently, but Jesus Christ, there was so many shots. Sometimes, man, it just fucking pops off. Bro unlocks infinite ammo for 3 seconds. Okay.
Feel the burn. Feel the burn.
Better shooter than COD, yeah, exactly. Well, brother. Just to do something stylish. Alright, it does save in between each one, which is nice. Stage 6. They're definitely getting spicier, though. We haven't really struggled, but the more they start throwing, like, multiple big bosses at us, the more it's gonna get a little crazy, I think. Because they're still fairly reliant on Verso to do shit at the moment. But eventually, we're gonna have to have more turns with other people. I've seen this guy before. So I missed a lot. Sometimes the recoil effect gets a little nutty. You gotta be kind of careful with that.
Let's have some fun. Let's call the path.
The big choo-choo. These handy dudes.
Ready to strike.
Be a little bit annoying. Should have done this in a slightly different order, but we're fine.
Good. A storm is coming. Toughness of earth.
Let's have some fun.
Critical weakness. 25% increased critical chance on weakness. Damn. Anybody have any weekend or 4th of July, etc. plans they got coming up? Like I said, I don't, because my family's not coming until later. Not that I usually do a lot for 4th of July anyway. If I happen to be visiting family around that time, we'll usually do like some barbecue or something. And by that I mean like just go out and grill, not specifically like, you know, barbecue, but sort of depends. Okay, good. I'm glad he's not the one that's like immune or invulnerable to void. Oh, also this one has a foot for, I guess we could have killed the other one with Minoko then. That's why I have him in my party right now, because I'm trying to get the remaining skills for him that I don't have.
End of the line.
Enjoying the PC upgrades. Gonna play some games I can finally run. Nice. Sounds like my kind of weekend.
Let's call
Music hath started. We got a little lucky there. The damage is starting to scale down now. I mean, you know, obviously that still does a fucking ton, but now we got this guy to contend with. And he's ready to be broken already. Okay, no problem. Pretty sure it's gonna start getting a lot rougher though soon. We're fighting a lot more bosses. Okay, this guy is also another one we needed. I hate when I accidentally miss from the stupid thing. Sorry, brother. Okay, you're just gonna get to do that immediately.
Let's have some fun.
Okay. Goodbye. Okay, that's it for Minoko. Apparently, I have all of the feet. The foot fetishist may now rest. So yeah, there's at least, I think, 11 state. Oh, look, Francois! Hilarious. Fuck, I was too early. It's alright. Okay, well, it was Francois. Are we still hurt? No.
My turn.
He's gonna exhaust us, I think, which is gonna be bad because for his AP. So, for once, we're gonna actually not target that guy. Okay, he's ready to be broken. I don't know if you have much of a targetable weak point or not.
Cut him down.
Let's keep going.
Okay.
A storm is
Doesn't
coming.
really do much, I think. I don't know if you can actually dodge that because it just sort of hit anyway.
Finesse and precision.
Easy enough. I'm trying not to die from the heat. Thankfully, next week we are supposedly back to normal temperatures around here. Well, that's good. I don't know where we're at as far as that's concerned. It's been pretty hot here, but not too bad lately. Like we're past the big heat wave. At least we're not. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's like 87 Fahrenheit right now, which is still pretty high. But it was in the mid to high 90s before, which is certainly worse for us. Haven't any real heat here yet, which is good because there's some unknown issue with my air heater pump, so I've been advised to only run it when I'm awake just in case. Well, that's good then that it's not currently an issue, but oh man, that's terrible. We just got like no procs there. I try to slow him and see if Ursa will get another turn. And I think this other dude might be resistant, nullifying, or absorbent of Earth, so Terraquake might not really be all that necessary here. Or good to use, I mean. So in that case, a couple of those for the hell of it.
Ice shatter.
Ursa will get to go, which is great.
Finesse and precision. Finesse and grace.
Cut him down.
Just for funsies. Alright. We had 40 degrees, which is above 100 Celsius, yeah. Which is above 100 F, so yeah, it was hot. Yeah. No, it's rough. It doesn't generally get, it's been that hot here before, but it's extremely rare. For most of the Midwest. It's just that it gets really, really cold here in the winter and pretty hot in the summer, but not like, you know, some other climates necessarily, even in the US. It doesn't usually get into the hundreds here. It's not even really that common for it to get into like the high 90s, but it does happen.
Cut him down.
Okay. Rest in piss.
End of the line.
I think that just glitched back up to stage 1. That's one thing they really need to fix about their menuing for those like dialogue boxes in this game is sometimes if you press up or down too quick on any of these dialogue boxes, it just glitches back to the top, which causes you to select things incorrectly sometimes.
My turn.
Can't even deal with 25C at my current state. I have issues regulating body temp. Yeah, no, it's... Well, that is certainly rough. Jesus. Go off, Urso. This one. I wonder if you can farm Lumina from her here. With the Chromatic Densus is who I was talking about. She summons clones, and those clones, in the normal fight at least, apparently drop extra Lumina. Shit. Okay. Hopefully this other guy won't be too bad then.
A storm is coming.
Yeah, we won't find out now at least.
Chroma is flowing. Thunder. Crack!
I don't know, even though that's your weakness, it doesn't really do much damage.
Finesse and precision.
These guys are resistant to fucking everything except for whatever it is they're weak to. But Verso can do other stuff that does other damage. Striker does physical damage. I just don't know, because it seemed like it was changed before. Like he was just invulnerable anyway, but maybe I should just try it again. I know that if I do a light skill here, it should still work. Extreme light damage to all enemies. Yeah, he's resistant, but it does work at least. But let's just try Striker and see what happens.
Witness your end.
Okay, it still worked. It's hard to say with the Lumina that he has that changes his damage to Void. It seems like some skills it doesn't get overridden, but it seemed before, like at one point, that it did override a different skill, which is what made me think that it wouldn't always work.
You're outmatched.
Well, that's a version I've never seen before of this guy. Shouldn't have done that while you were shielded because you didn't take any bonus damage. It's alright. Still fucked.
Time to end this. End of the line.
Endbringer does so much damage to stun targets. It's pretty insane. Yeah, so I'm fairly certain there's at least 11 stages, maybe more. I don't know. Okay, these are all bosses, apparently. So even though they're small, I mean. This might be one that we don't fare as well on. We'll see. I could just leave that one stunned for a minute because it'll skip his turn, and we can focus on somebody else, so we don't have 2 enemy turns to deal with. But it might be good to just take him off the field too. Fuck me. I gotta not spam with these fuckers all the time. Cause the huge fucking like feint to the side that they do when you spam on them just causes you to miss a lot.
A storm is coming.
Okay. You're ready to be broken, which is huge. Okay, all 3 are stunned, which is very nice.
That's better.
Just go ahead and do this right now. What is your big gradient again? Gamage kills weak targets. Maybe that'll work? I don't know, but it's extreme void damage, so I wish it would highlight the bar of which one I'm looking at, because I don't really know. This should be the gold. $10 million damage, almost 11 actually.
Let's have some fun.
That's why I kind of keep aiming for like their pelvis,
Let's have some fun.
because it's the only part of them that doesn't really move a lot when they take a shot. Okay, that wasn't too bad. I had to think about stuff a little bit, but not too bad, all things considered. Okay,
Let's carve a path.
Chromatic jar, we're not friends.
Cut him down.
Maybe we can focus on getting you down. Okay, that's at least you out of there. The Chalier is gonna have... We killed the base version of this really easily. I don't know what kind of bullshit he's gonna throw at us. Maybe the Chromatic Jar only shows us having 1 turn, and it's not before this guy goes, or Verso goes again, so we should